Our ancestors built the first city as a beacon of peace on Earth. And it almost was. Until one night, an unseen force plucked it from the very face of the Earth and placed it under unfamiliar stars. It was a bountiful world with no sign of civilization. A world we named Paragon. With no way to return home, we adapted. New governments were built from the seeds of our past, and with them grew new ways of life. But the vices of old still festered. Organized crime bled out from the shadows and took root, preying on the foundation of our new home. But this world had one more surprise in store. A mysterious element in the atmosphere that gave a fraction of the population superhuman abilities. Under the leadership of the city's first hero, the Age of Legends had begun. 300 years later, Paragon thrives under the protection of its champions. And yet, the shadows of the past still linger. When darkness rises, it will fall to the next generation of young heroes to defend the first city.
Hello and welcome to the First City, and more specifically, welcome back to the Legends Institute. We are back with Ben and Kyle, Team Steel Soldier, very exciting. You've now seen the team tournament for Team Pantheon. Now we are on the other side of the proverbial coin. Thus begins this particular journey. So without further ado, previously at the Legends Institute, we met for the very first time Team Steel Soldier, comprised of the Nine-Tailed Fox and Yankee Doodle, a two-person team led by the legendary and quite old-fashioned government-based hero Steel Soldier, as you returned after your summer break for your first true semester at the Legends Institute, only to find that Steel Soldier had a mission for you to go on. Something that was supposed to be very low stakes, low level, but that actually turned out to be a lot scarier and more involved than he thought it was going to. An investigation into an auto shop that might have been familiar to viewers of the Halloween Heist one-shot, that ended up with a mysterious coin with an inscription of a crown on it that gave Steel Soldier quite a bit of pause. A battle with a transforming car guard robot, and of course the unexpected entrance of Moonlight hero Tonitrus and his student Red Queen, as they essentially finished the fight for you and got very upset that you guys were involved in this case at all, seemingly ruining their sting operation. Clearly a lack of communication occurred between Legends and Moonlight, and so the very next day, the two of you were brought in before the Vanguards, that is to say, the Headmaster and the Dean of Instruction, who gave you a stern but fair talking to, and ultimately, you were still allowed to sign up for the tournament. So, you did so, not before a vaguely ominous encounter with one Dr. Tara Baker, which did come back around when later that night, when all of your hero bios went public, Bang Bang from Team Pantheon over on Moonlight's side released not only her full name, revealing herself as the daughter of Dr. Tara Baker, but also included a video in her debut that basically just laid all the dirty laundry on the table, implicated her mother in illegal cloning experiments, spilled some beans about Jeremy Johnson and his clone, all kinds of stuff there. And we left off with you guys sort of lingering in that moment. Finally, they got to your guys' bios being debuted, and right when they were about to start commentating on on Kit specifically, Steel Soldier turned the TV off, not interested in hearing any of that on that particular evening. So we pick back up later down the week, actually into the weekend. As you guys have been preparing for the team tournament in whatever way you can, you know that there are two other teams competing, one being Team Tabula Rasa and one being Team Alpha Wave, who is actually another two-person team. Those are the two teams you know that you're going to be going up against. But as for what the actual tournament's going to be about, well, you can look back through history and see that the tournament changes every time. You never know what exactly you're going to go up against. All you know for sure is that it will test your specific abilities. It will make sure that you as heroes are firing on all cylinders. So your strength, your endurance, your dexterity, your intelligence, your morals even, all of these things are on the table for being challenged. But your tournament is on Sunday. We pick up Saturday morning as you guys watch live the Moonlight Academy team tournament. And you watch Team Pantheon absolutely dominate. These three heroes who are in the public spotlight already, having already saved the city before people even knew who they were, charge in to the training city, a simulated city environment on their campus, and you watch them save sort of robot mannequin citizens. You see that their tech-based hero Silhouette essentially just gives them a massive advantage right off the bat. She uses this cool drone that she has, and you watch different camera angles as it follows her drone, as it scans the entire city and gives them a full map of where everything is that they need to find, and they make a clean sweep. They take down two bosses, and the other teams are pretty impressive too. Team Prestige, they're kind of close on their heels at some points, and they pull off some pretty strategic moves, but not enough to catch up to Team Pantheon. And ultimately, you do watch them essentially surprise attack one of the bosses, who was a graduated hero student from Team Quickstep. You see them swiftly take them down, run out, grab another hero token, which is like another way to earn points, and confetti is just like flying everywhere as they're cheering and celebrating, posing into the camera, sort of awkwardly but endearingly. And you see them being interviewed afterward with Pantheon as well. And one thing that's noteworthy as you watch their interviews is when the sort of like the bios went live the first time, Haramones was not present, only Bang Bangs. And that has only since been explained, that Haramone is actually a member of a people called the Costati, who live way to the north in a jungle filled with actual dinosaurs, who are completely cut off from everyone else by choice. No one has interacted with them, to the city's knowledge anyway, for like a good couple hundred years. It's been a long time. And now they are here as a sort of emissary, an ambassador, at least on the hero side, to show people what they're about and determine if the first city is ready for them to have some sort of alliance for the first time. And it really puts into perspective, like, okay, so 2 out of 3 of these team members have so much shit going on. And this sort of dies down, and we pull back from the TV screen, and we see you guys sitting there with Steel Soldier on your couch watching this. And we'll just pick up there. I hand the mic to you guys.
Well, can't say that's a surprising performance. We've known that they've been very capable for a long time. Seems like a lot of people in this tournament have a lot to prove. Makes things very interesting, don't you think, Kit?
What's a Costati? Have you ever heard of them before?
I mean, briefly in history, people on the coast, the dinosaurs and such.
That I I thought that people only lived as far out as the desert.
I'll be honest, I wasn't sure if those people existed either, but here we got living proof. If it's on the TV, it's real.
And we all know if it's on television, it's it's real.
That's right.
Oh man.
Did you know about the Steel Soldier?
What, did I know that there was going to be a Custodi training at Moonlight? No, I did not know that.
I was more just I'd never heard of the Costati before, so
Oh, no, I mean, I was aware that they existed.
oh.
I had no concept of what they've been doing all this time, but I always imagined that it was not as simple as people think it is. I mean, there's folks who spin stories and stereotypes, honestly, based on very outdated information. I mean, they pulled away from the first city because they, well, to be perfectly frank, believe that we should still be putting in a decent amount of effort trying to get back to Earth. At least that's how it was back then.
Hmm.
Alma largely gave up on that goal, and for good reason. They needed to focus on what was here. Building a government, building a life, a civilization for the people here now. I'd be very interested to know what their goals are now.
Right. You think after all these generations, they still want to get back to Earth, a planet that they've never known?
Oh. Culture, religion, all of these things have survived this long because people hold on to the things that make them them.
Hmm.
So a desire to meet that, to see it tangible again, I could see the appeal. I haven't given it much thought, at least not recently, but I wouldn't write them off.
So to keep track, Team Pantheon consists of a criminal, a spy, the daughter of a government person who does really shady shit. Am
Well,
I
I
keeping
think I think this sounds like a very interesting group to talk to and maybe get their side of things. They seem to be fine, upstanding people with the way they go about it. So maybe there's something beneath those descriptors, don't you think?
if you mean the time that Jeremy committed arson on government property or injured a government hero, then
I mean, Kit, don't you think about how everyone likes to paint us a certain way, and how we just got talking to by the deans of the school about how our school as a whole is painted in a certain light. Maybe these folks are being painted a certain way as well. And if we got to know them,
yeah, but they're wrong about us.
right? But we're right about them.
I mean, the things did happen.
Okay, well, I don't know how to find the words to argue against that right now. So we'll keep that opinion until proven innocent.
Well, they have Asher's trust.
That's big with me.
She tentatively has mine.
All right, then I'd say everyone tentatively has mine as well.
All right, if you trust them, Steely.
I didn't say that, but I do feel for them. I mean, imagine not even your first real semester, just your initial registration period, that first few months, being completely dominated by a series of completely unpredictable events.
swirling about, catching you up in the public eye. The way that she gave up her chance at an identity simply to do the right thing.
Mm.
I mean, hell, I don't know what kind of person Tara Baker really is. I know the kind of person I think she is, but officially I did not say that.
You got it.
So, this Bailey took a risk, and in doing so, made her a lot more like us than a lot of others on that campus, at least surface level.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, that's a scary spotlight to hone in on yourself.
Well, there still are, I won't say enemies, opponents.
All right, that's progress.
So, you want to give us any inside information on what the tournament will be like for us this year?
No, but I do think that you are very much ready.
Will there be robots?
Will there be dinosaurs?
Will there be dinosaur robots?
He just stands up and starts walking toward the door.
All right, that's fair. That's actually fair.
I just can't do anything against robots. I'd punch them, but they hurt my fists.
I just want to see a dinosaur.
Well, apparently,
Actually,
if you
that
go
is
up
a
north,
pretty.
oh,
Yeah, it's a good goal. Wanting to see a
Thanks.
dinosaur. Yeah, that's not bad. It is my duty to tell you that you are to be at the Legends Stadium at 10 a.m. Wait outside for me, but be ready to be on camera. It is a live event, after all. And you'll get more directions from there. You can bring whatever gear you would normally bring on a mission.
All right. Kit, you think you're going to be able to wake up in time?
I hmm.
I'll wake you up. I'll wake you
Thank
up. Make
you.
sure you're up. Yeah.
All right, just be careful. Fourth tail is usually involved in waking up, and
Hmm.
she gets grouchy. So
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll keep my distance, but make some noise.
Before I go, I do. Look, I told you before that I was not sorry for the lesson that you learned there in that mission. But I am sorry that you got caught up in things that were not my intention for you to get caught up in. As much as I would love to cue you in on the ins and outs of what's going on, I am starting to understand begrudgingly why I was kept out of the loop. I do not understand it being done the way it was. But I wish it had gone down differently.
Well, sir, I don't think we're sorry at all. I think that was an important lesson to learn, and we trust your judgment. And even if you were working with little information, I think you were trying to do the right thing.
besides, what could have happened if it had just been you alone?
Well, if it had just been me alone, I probably wouldn't have gotten in as much trouble. But yeah. In that way, I am glad you were there. And even more evidence that should you win tomorrow morning, which I believe that you will, you've got a perfectly fair shot against people who've been tested out in the real world. I mean, it'll be a hell of a match. So, I provide the students, and the students give them hell.
That we will.
Hell yeah.
All right, get some rest. You're gonna need it.
You know me. Tucked in, 10 o'clock.
You remind me of myself a little too much, and sometimes I do not know if that's a good thing, but today I'm going to take it as a blessing, and I'll be on my way. And now he finally does start to actually be on his way.
All right, Yankee. You know what time it is?
Nearly bedtime.
Spy time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be honest. I don't think I was ever going to guess that.
Well, we gotta suss out what teams we could be facing, right? And what their strengths and weaknesses are.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. Or I mean, we could experience that for ourselves the way that we're sort of meant to, don't you think?
Who's to say that collecting information is not what we're meant to do?
Well, is it
A
against the
true
rules?
hero never goes in purely blind.
Okay, you're convincing me, slowly but surely. Well, let me ask you this: if we were caught doing this sort of spying, do you think that we would get in any sort of trouble, as we've already been into? I don't want to risk our chances of getting
Trust
disqualified.
me, I am a master diplomat.
Okay, yeah. I have seen that firsthand. So, what do you reckon we should do in order to kick off this spy time?
Well, it seems pretty easy. Does are are there multiple like live streams for multiple times, or do for
For
like the
what?
tournament, or do all the tournaments happen at once? Because I assume there's more than just 3 teams on the legend side doing tournaments, right?
No, it actually is 3 teams have signed up only.
Only 3 teams.
Yeah. Same thing
Oh,
happened on Moonlight side.
oh, well,
It's a weird year, and I think you would be aware of this. Carmichael would be more aware of this because I think you have sort of a more active social life. Like you go out of your way to talk to other students a lot more.
Hmm.
Would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah.
So, um, you would know that in terms of people signing up, the energy of the tournament this year is a little bit strange. The idea that it almost didn't happen because of the tension between Moonlight and Legends right now, really between like heroes, government heroes, and the public. It's just a confusing time, and the idea of having a conflict at all, a conflict, quote unquote, at all, seemed in a weird sort of spirit, a weird faith situation
Hmm.
to highlight a a conflict, or a competition rather between the two. But the decision was ultimately made that it's not that. It's showing that it is business as normal, life goes on, and it really is about cooperation, showing that you play on the same stage with the same goals and can do something sportsmanlike together without bad blood.
Hmm.
That was more important, right? But a lot of the student body are like, I understand that that's the point, but I don't want this to be the year I do. Like, I would rather not and just have control of my own debut. So a lot of teams were just like, yeah, nah. It's really only the ones who really want to show what they can do or who really understand the true purpose. And that to me is at least where Carmichael falls.
Hmm.
But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about that.
I think you're right. I think that this is a chance for us to show that we could just play ball, have a good time.
Carmichael understands the true meaning of Christmas.
Mhm.
But yeah, that is the reason why there's only 3 teams. The exact same thing happened on Moonlight side.
Well, that makes our job easier. We just go and talk to them or something.
All
I
right.
think that's what
That sounds
humans do.
that
I will
sounds nice
say
to me.
the bedtime thing is really funny, but if you guys were watching it live, it
Mhm.
it was like a 1 hour period in the morning. So like it's it is
I'm a sleepy guy.
At the latest, it's like early afternoon right now.
He
You know-
needs his beauty rest.
I only got 7 hours last night. Got to make sure I get all 8.
Bro's gonna
Yeah.
hit 13 hours of sleep.
So we can obviously like the majority of this episode will be the actual match, but I am interested to know how you guys prepare throughout the day.
Yeah. Has anyone else? So, are we the first to do it at our school? Do the challenge at our school, or has anyone gone before us?
Well, this happens every year.
I mean, like, are all 3 teams going up against each other at the same time? Or
Very interesting. Yeah, so that's one of the things that is unknown, right? So like
Mm,
in the Moonlight side, same situation, the game changes every year, so you never know exactly what it's going to be.
mhm.
But because there were only 3 teams, they had one big map with a bunch of different ways to get points, almost like a scavenger hunt, and all the teams were on the board at the same time. And there
Oh.
were different cameras and everybody was mic'd up. And so as you were watching it, there's like a unique mechanic where you can actually change to a different channel and watch a different camera feed so you can focus on the team you want to follow. So you could have been watching Team Pantheon the entire time, or you could have switched over, had a different screen playing what Team Prestige was doing, what Team Indigo was doing. So you guys, for all you know, you'll all be on the board at the same time.
Mhm.
Historically, Legends tends to do things like via elimination. They don't usually have all teams on the board no matter what. Like no matter how many teams there are. Usually it'll be like these teams go against each other and these ones go against each other. So it brackets out
Right.
in stages. You do know, like, you guys have to be told how much time to slot out for this. And in past years, the team tournament alone has been slotted for multiple days when like every team has signed up, you know. But you guys are only scheduled to appear this one day.
Hmm.
So it is going to be a more streamlined thing, at least.
All right. Well, yeah, I suppose that going and asking the teams when they might be scheduled would be a good start, just to see if anyone has gone before us or if we're all up against each other at the same time.
Now we're thinking with gas.
All right. Who was our neighbors again?
Your neighbors are Dr. Nanite.
Dr.
Team,
Nanite.
and
Okay.
they're not signed up.
And then, so it was Tabula Rosa, and the other one was something Wave.
Alpha Wave. Yeah, Tabula
Alpha
Rasa
Wave.
and Alpha Wave.
Alpha Wave. That sounds like an energy drink.
Alpha Wave.
Yeah, Alpha
Okay.
Wave, this is actually his first year as a teacher here.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of a weird thing. I think you would know this from a public spotlight perspective. One of the people who was competing in the team tournaments on the Moonlight side that you were watching, a student named Mr. Menagerie, who also does not have a secret identity because he is the very famous son of a very famous couple. One of those people is Alpha Wave. Alpha Wave is very outspoken against Moonlight, even though he went there himself as a young man. And he is Mr. Menagerie's father.
and
so
Mr.
his
Menagerie
he
is
is
going to
a student on Moonlight team.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on a Moonlight team. And there was a lot of drama with that kid too. He was like having a personal crisis on national television, and then afterward essentially apologized to his team like on camera, and then bowed out of the one-on-ones in favor of one of his other team members. It's one of the biggest things that's being talked about on social media right now after this is like, did you what was all that shit with Mr. Menagerie? That was crazy. Like, could this be about the fact that his father's team is competing over at Legends? Ooh. Yeah. So that's some drama for you about Alpha Wave.
Based Alpha Wave hates Moonlight, went there.
Are there anyone is there anyone on either of those two teams? Are there both two people teams?
Alpha Wave is a 2-person team and Tabula Rasa is a 3-person team.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there anyone
Fun fact,
on those
Ben
teams?
created Team Tabula Rasa. Woo!
Oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then this question goes out to both of you. Is there anyone that seems like they would be like kind of closer to Carmichael, like someone that he would be more comfortable going to talk to first?
Let's see. There's
you
two
can answer
options.
that for I'll let you take that for Tabula Rasa side.
Let me pull out the Google Doc. It would either be Mary or Sam. Mary is like the unspoken like team leader underneath Tabula Rasa,
Mm-hmm.
and Sam is just like a complete um 5-hour energy chugger made manifest.
In what way? In like he's ADD or like
Yeah,
okay.
he's high energy to the max. Take your most like adventurous thrill seeker and double it, and that's Sam.
Gotcha. Personable kind of person?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess both of them would be if she's a leader. And then what about Alpha Wave?
Alpha Wave's team, they're actually siblings, those two.
Oh, okay.
So it is a 2-person team comprised of SIE Rosales, also known as Superconductor,
Mm-hmm.
and Alicia Rosales, also known as the Architect.
Can you type the first guy's name?
Oh, ESIE.
ESIE.
Wait,
Ooh.
IE, AI.
AI.
I was looking at AI and my mouth said IE. I don't know why. Yeah, SIE.
SIE.
Yeah. SIE. But you can just call him Superconductor.
Superconductor.
Yeah. Superconductor and the Architect. The Architect is 1 year older. She is, even though they're like equal partnership, they're very close, like super close family, best friends. Their whole thing is like, we're training together, we're on a team together, we're always going to hero together, we do everything together. And it's like not in a weird way, and like they just have a very healthy sibling dynamic. And they're like upfront about we are a team forever. So the Architect, even though they're an equal partnership, she is older and she does exude the like sort of protective professional energy that can come with sometimes. Whereas Superconductor is a little more like loose and charismatic and funny. She is very diplomatic and very much puts out the presence and the energy of like, I am a professional leader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I want to talk to Sam from Tabula Rosa.
His hero name is Freebird.
All right, Freebird.
Okay. So, Ben, where do you think he would be found? You said?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
honestly, I think you'd find both Sam and Mary together, like wherever there's like a mechanics bay working on their bikes,
Okay.
especially day before tournament. That's probably where they are.
Yeah, there's definitely a garage for sure. Would you give a physical description?
Yeah. So, I'm gonna assume that we're walking up to them. As we see an older mid-20s lady with short ginger hair that's spiked to a point, just very tall, like 6'1", covered in grease, mechanics like onesie and gloves and all that. She has long eyelashes and like pink eyes, and you'd have to assume that they're like contacts or something. Thick. And then Sam is actually shorter than her. He's like 5'10". Lean build, a little bit on the scrawny side. Dusty blonde hair, swept back. It seems like he just kind of took a brush and just did a couple ones of those and thought it was good enough. Green eyes that are just bright and filled with energy. And yeah, they're just listening to some like just some metal while working on their bikes together.
So I would say as you walk up, Sam is definitely like deep into motorcycle work, just fully like music drowning out the garage. And it is a pretty sizable garage. I think there is actually like a mechanics bay that you can go to that is a building that is specifically has a lot of machinery, like machine shop stuff, because there's a lot of heroes who do that. Having like cars and stuff is kind of a big deal for a lot of heroes. So these guys are like a mechanics team, as I understand it. And so you walk in probably largely unnoticed.
Howdy, Mary. Howdy, Sam. How the hogs coming along?
What?
The hogs? How the hogs coming along?
You can turn the music off.
The
Just hit
motorcycles.
Yeah,
I don't
go
know how
ahead.
to work this thing. Oh,
Oh, it's super. It gets louder.
just press the button. Okay. I'm not sure about this one. Hey, Kit, you
It's loud.
I don't know how to do this one.
Sam gets up and he comes over and does it. He goes, "Hey, good to see you." Sort of smacks you on the shoulder, and you get a full oil handprint.
It's all right. It's good to see you too.
Sorry,
No worries. It'll come out in the wash.
that is true. That is very true. What can we help you with on this fine Saturday morning?
Well, we're just wondering how you're anticipating this tournament. If you've blocked out the same time as us, we're doing it tomorrow morning. We just wanted to know what sort of situation that's going to be like.
The same time? Yeah. He looks around, like back at the motorcycle and then up at the clock. There's like actually an old-timey sort of mechanical clock on the walls, which is something you don't see very often, but it actually like has hands and everything.
I respect it.
And then he kind of gets distracted by that for a second, and he goes, "Yeah, we're all scheduled for the same time. I mean, we have to keep the day open. They're not telling us how long it's going to be, but like we're all showing up at the same time. Why, you think it's going to be like all of us against each other all at once instead of an elimination thing?"
Well, I wasn't sure. I just don't know how long they're trying to, prolong this part of it. We sort of wanted to gauge how people were feeling.
I mean, we're feeling pretty good, honestly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say, "I don't want to be the idiot going up against Team Steel Soldier. They're so strong, woo!"
Oh,
But
come
you
on.
guys don't have awesome motorcycles.
That's true. And hey, these motorcycles, they're looking beautiful. I got to say, you've done some fine work on them.
Thank you.
I'm excited
They are
to see
my
what
children?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got names for them?
Wait, actually, before I say something stupid, Ben, does motorcycle actually have a name? It does, right? Some of these
Yeah.
motorcycles have actual names.
Mary's motorcycle and Mary's hero name is the Trooper, but her bike is called Steel Maiden, and his Skyward.
Skyward, that's what it is. Yeah. 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 That there's Skyward.
Skyward.
Yeah.
Skyward for Freebird. I like it.
You get it. You understand. On a
I get it.
fundamental level, like you understand.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. You got the branding thing down, and I respect that about you.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is. At this point, Mary steps forward and she goes, "I don't think we're supposed to talk about tournament stuff with each other." And she starts looking around, like making sure that like no one's around or watching or anything. It's like,
absolutely. If that's against the rules, then we'll hush up right now. Didn't mean to make anything uncomfortable.
Sam comes back and it's like, "We're not talking strategy or anything. We're not like planning. We're just speculating. That's not against literally any rules. You can
All
chill
right.
out for a second. Respectfully, chill out." Sorry. She's like, "I will let that one slide. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. Just a little tense."
And that's understandable. It's good to be hesitant about this sort of thing. We don't want to get anyone disqualified on accident, but we're just excited about the competition. We want talk to each other, make sure there's no bad blood going in,
No, not here, not between all of us. I mean, honestly, we're doing it because it's fun, I mean, the whole cooperation thing is important. I mean,
Mhm.
I think a lot of people who didn't sign up didn't really understand that and thought it would be like a weird time to try and make it about yourself or
Sure.
whatever. But the sense of normalcy is comforting, and we're not a particularly normal team anyway. We do things loud and proud, so to speak. So, seemed like as good a time as any. I mean, hell, we only are first years once.
That's right. Hey, I think that's a great outlook on it too. We're sort of in it for the same reason, we just want to play a nice game, show everyone things can be normal and have fun.
Isn't there
Yeah.
supposed to be a third one of you? Does he not hang around here with you guys?
Oh, he does sometimes, but other times he needs some space.
Ooh. I mean, that's understandable. Some people, they need their alone time.
Yeah. And I think you would know very well, like the third member of the team, Simon,
Yep.
Mhm.
is his power is kind of frightening. He can essentially induce like hallucination and paranoia.
Hmm.
So
Oh,
he does sort of isolate away from people sometimes.
Best part is that sometimes he can infect himself with it if he isn't careful.
mm. Seems like it might be a little bit of a residual on Mary there.
Yeah. Um, and Mary goes, I mean, I could get him if you have something you want to talk about, but
Oh no, if he wants to spend some time alone, that's fine by us. We don't want to impose on anyone. Just wanted to talk and make
Yeah.
sure everyone's in good spirits going into this.
Oh,
And I wish
very
you the
much
best of
so.
luck.
Did you see that crazy Pantheon stuff? That was like,
Yeah, quite a run.
Overrated, if
honestly,
you
like,
ask me.
I don't know. I'd like a shot at him. Not for any particular reason. I just like, I don't know. Aren't you curious?
Yeah, got to test your salt.
So, in that vein, if we happen to kick your asses, I agree that there should not be any hard feelings.
Absolutely. I
Bold
wish you the best.
words. Bold words.
Usually. Well, that's us. And you see, as she says that, you see Simon has fully gotten on the motorcycle and just revs it hard.
All right, so that one was pretty loud, got to say. So that sounds
Told
like a
you.
healthy
Well-
engine to me.
Well, we have another team to go talk to.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you do.
I don't know how to walk away from conversations.
Don't worry, I got your back. Mary, it was great to see you. Sam, I'll see you in the competition. Fly high, skyward.
Oh man, that sucks, but it's kind of awesome anyway. They turn the music back on.
Okay, yep, you know how to work that better than I do.
So where you're trying to find Alpha Wave's team?
Alpha Wave.
Okay. Go ahead and make either a general intelligence or willpower check to see if you can figure out where they are.
Both of us?
Yeah.
I want to actually try and succeed this, so I won't do intelligence, even though it'd be really funny. Ooh, that's not good.
Oh wait, I'll do willpower. Okay, I got 1 success out of 2.
1 out of 3.
Okay, 1 out of 3 doesn't get you anywhere. You're just like, this is too hard. I don't really like.
I don't remember names.
Flavor text your own reasons, but the easiest thing to me is just like, don't talk to them. I don't know where they are.
So true.
But yeah, Carmichael, I think you would just sort of assume like, well, I mean, I know where their house is. You just go like to their house and see if they're there. So yeah, you just like go down the street a little bit to where their little condo is. And there's a brief pause before the door opens, and out steps Alicia, also known as the architect. And you see at the moment she is very sweaty. She's clearly like deep in workout zone right now. She's not a particularly beefy person. She is very like light on her feet and very agile. So she has like runner's muscles.
Mm-hmm.
She's not bulky. She is maybe like 5'5" with really curly brown hair that usually she just lets fall around her head. But right now she has it tied up into a tight bun that is really straining to like stay in bun form.
Mm-hmm.
She looks to be about, I'm going to say she's 25. And she sort of wipes a towel across her forehead and is like, hey guys, what's up?
Hey, Alicia. Sorry, we didn't mean to bother you if you were in the middle of something. We were just trying to go around, meet the competitors, make sure everything is hunky-dory for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not looking for, like strategy talk, because
Absolutely not. We're not trying to make anything awkward here. We just want to wish you good luck, and we're just honestly, we were just curious to see if everyone was slated for the same time. So you're there tomorrow as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, as far as we know, we're all supposed to show up at 10. So
All right. Well, cool. Well, I hope to see you both there. Is SIE doing good too?
yeah, he's where is he? And you hear the crackling of static electricity in the room behind, and then you sort of look in and you see this ghostly essence, this weird spectral paint swath through the air of crackling blue electricity that lands up in the doorway. It like snakes its way through the air and then begins to form into the shape of a person. But if you imagine like the Human Torch, how the Human Torch is made completely of fire, this is a person made completely of crackling blue electricity. And then the electricity begins to fade and condense into the shape of a young man who is SIE, also known as the superconductor. So you see, he also has very curly hair, but his hair is more like black than brown. And he doesn't have it tied up at the moment, so his does fall very just like almost trapezoidal down the shoulders and just sort of shakes it loosely around. He like is back in his guy form again. And you see sort of very caramel skin with kind of a wide set nose, big smile on his face, very stubbly, always keeps just like a fresh lot of stubble on his face. And he's kind of a snappy dresser as well. Clearly he is not in the workout zone. When he rematerializes, he's wearing like a black vest over a white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up. And he crosses his arms and goes, well, if it isn't, you guys.
Hey, there he is. You've been hanging out in the Wi-Fi waves again?
Oh yeah, I was trying to fix the microwave.
Gotcha. Hey, well, good luck to you. I hope that works out.
Well, when you're me, the best way to fix a microwave is to get inside the microwave. So
I mean, I bet that'd be the same for everybody, but you got a special talent there. Well, hey, we just wanted to say howdy and make sure everything is good for tomorrow. And you excited?
oh hell yeah, we're gonna win.
Great. All right. Well, I wish you the best.
You too. And Alicia's like, don't be an asshole. Why are you being weird? And he's like, because it's funny. And she's like, okay, yeah, it's kind of funny, but like, these are nice people and they're our friends. Can we be cool for a second? Please? And she's like laughing too. And he's like, yeah.
And honestly, SIE, it'll be funny whichever way it goes. Because if you win, it's funny that you called it. If you lose, it's funny that you called it wrong.
See, everybody says it. Everybody always says it when this guy shows up, but this guy gets it.
I get it.
Yep. And Alicia goes, yeah, I mean, this is really, situation notwithstanding, there's a lot on the line,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
those guys over at Moonlight, they were acting like they had a lot to prove, like a lot riding on this, and that's true for us too in a lot of ways.
Hmm.
We just want to show what we can do. We didn't even sign up for the one-on-ones. I mean, we started this together. We're going to finish it together. I imagine you guys will do the same.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're in it for very similar reasons. We just want to show the world that, we're not, the Legends Institute is not here to be corrupt. We're just here to work together and help. So,
Except we signed up for the one-on-ones, so.
Well, Kit signed up for the one-on-ones. That's true.
Oh, well, I did. Oh, right, you didn't. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this alone? You betrayed me.
No, it's not a betrayal. You're going to be all right, and you're going to do great. And I'll be there, right there, supporting you from the side.
You better, or else I'm gonna be really mad.
And so will our friends, the Rosaleses.
Oh, right, you guys are. Hi. You're the R's.
That's interesting. As you say this, you hear footsteps coming up behind you. Yeah, you turn to look.
Ready with the fists.
Fully see Alpha Wave. He is in his, I would say mid-40s, maybe getting to early 50s. I actually have a little drawing of him.
Ooh.
So I can pull it up for reference. Yeah. So what you see is a man with just golden blonde hair, not a hint of gray. He has a red cape that flows out behind him. He has a sort of an upside down triangular sort of shield on his chest that's ever so slightly three-dimensional, that has these stylized blue triangles that imply the shape of an A and a W.
Mm.
His costume is mostly a sort of royal purple, but there's gold around the chest and a stripe of black in between where the purple and gold meet. No mask, of course. As he steps up to see you guys, I don't know if you would even be able to see this actually, but I'll put it here.
You could send it to us through text, right?
Yeah, I can do that. And also, an image of him will be posted on Instagram eventually anyway, so yeah. So he walks up, and the gravity of him whenever he shows up is very much, I mean, this is an incredibly famous man. As soon as, like, the buzz that he was going to be a team leader this year on this side, there's so much weight and drama to that. And as he walks up, he goes, well, Team Soldier, what can I do for you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Alpha Wave.
Oh, he's Alpha Wave?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. That was
Kit,
all in character.
Somewhat offended.
How do you know you're a teacher, right?
Yeah, there is that. I'm happy to see you guys here, honestly. I was hoping to run into you sooner or later, not to talk shop or anything, but just to offer my sincere hope for you. I want to wish you well. Good luck, of course, because well, you're gonna have some stiff competition.
Oh, we sure will, and we're counting on it. We hope it's going to be a fun competition there, and we appreciate your well wishes, and we wish the same to you and your team.
Whoever wins, they'll be legends anyway. As long as we make it, right?
Absolutely.
That's what I like to hear. You're a good one, Carmichael.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Coming from you, that means a lot.
In another life, you probably would have been on my team.
Well, that'd have been a fun life too.
Well, much training to do, I imagine. You have much to prepare as well. Guys, they sort of clean up and step out and begin to move down the street with Alpha Wave, presumably to like go train somewhere else. He did not seem to give a lot of attention to Kit.
Mm.
Yeah.
So is he like famous or something?
Yeah, he's well known, I'd say. But sooner or later, we'll all be well known. This public's gonna trust us.
Oh well. I guess that would be a nice thing.
Absolutely. Hey, what do you say we get back and do some training before for tomorrow?
Yeah. Also some strategizing. I think if we go after Simon on Tabula Rasa's team first,
Uh-huh.
destabilize the pyramid. And I don't know about them. They seem kind of like easy pickings.
Sure, sure. How about we find out what the game is, and then we'll and then maybe we can talk about going after who and whatnot. But I think that your head's in a good place.
I have no witty comeback for that. So thank you for the
None
genuine
necessary.
compliment.
Is there anything else that you guys want to go through before we transition into the next morning?
I'm doing a bunch of push-ups.
Okay.
I am doing like all this contortionist stuff. Thank you for the clap.
So yeah, so you guys just sort of limber up, prepare yourselves, get to bed early, have a good night's sleep, and it all just sort of flies by. That sensation of in the moment, everything is moving so quickly, and then you get to the present time, and then everything just slows down immensely. And you find yourselves standing at 10 in the morning out in front of the Legends Stadium. Now, security is still pretty intense here. It is a hero school after all, but the need to protect identity isn't as big a deal. It's more just general security for a high security place. So it's not like everything is walled off the way that it is over on Moonlight right now during their festival. The festival that's happening here is actually happening around the outskirts. It's like built up outside of the school. So you notice people like partying out around out around the walls, and the stadium is right up against the, I would say, like northeastern or maybe northwestern, like the northwesternmost wall, so that people can enter the stadium from the outside, like from a parking lot, without having to walk through the entire campus. Does that make sense? Like people who are coming here just to watch the tournament can just go straight to the stadium.
Yeah.
So you can clearly see the festival going on. There are even people like barbecuing outside, doing, what's the word for that when people like at a sporting event?
Tailgating, yeah.
Yeah, fully tailgating, just like in the parking lot outside the stadium. So you can smell it, and you can see like tents all around, people vending stuff. You can see other heroes in training who are not competing, showing off what they can do in other ways. You know, maybe they're playing music, or maybe they're doing like demonstrations, like martial arts demonstrations. Every team has free reign to essentially like pitch something they can do during the festival to show themselves off in their own way. And most teams have opted to do something like that. So you do see a lot of people you know. Maybe even the people that you played ball with in the first episode are like, they're hanging out and like doing flips and stuff. And they see you and they cheer you guys on as you walk past. You sort of make your way there. And finally you arrive out front, in front of the stadium. And you see that there is a sort of a camera operator with this hovering drone camera there, establishing shots of the actual stadium from the outside. You can vaguely see a news reporter reporting on the festival as well, and she turns and you notice that she like locks eyes with you guys and lights up. She like gets the cameraman and she starts making a beeline towards you. And you see this very pretty young woman with long, straight black hair, really like rosy cheeks and this really smart, like, scarlet pantsuit. And she's making a beeline for you guys. Steel Soldier fully gets between you guys and sort of like waves her off. And it's like he begins to talk to her and he starts taking the interview. He looks over his shoulder and is like, you guys, like, get out of here before I lose my ability to do this.
Kit is going to transform into her five-tailed form, and she'll quickly pop over his shoulder and blow a kiss for the camera before sauntily walking into the stadium.
Yes. So as you go to walk into the stadium, and you actually like walk up and you find that there's a specific entrance you were told to make your way to, and it doesn't lead straight out into the stadium. At no point are you guys able to actually see what is in the stadium. You can hear the crowds cheering. You can see lines of people going through the main entrances, but that's not where you're supposed to go. In fact, you are explicitly told not to do that. So this massive domed structure that curves in on itself so that you can't really see what's going on unless you're inside. It is open air. It's not closed completely, but it curves in a way where you can't, see until you're in there. You guys get ushered in to essentially like a waiting room area. And you step in there and both of the other teams are there. You notice there is soundproofing technology in this very comfortable chamber. There's like a mini fridge. There's food laid out for you guys, like really nice food from all over the festival. The furniture's really comfortable. There's like a TV so you can see not what's going on in the stadium, but you can like just watch TV in here. And it's a very weird thing that, like, okay, well, you're in a waiting room. Here are the other teams and their team leaders. The first thing that happens, I think, is that Sam walks up to you guys and is like, hey, welcome to the awkward chamber of waiting.
Hey, well, we didn't mean to keep you all waiting here without our presence for so long. Would have been here sooner, but Kit was a little bit hard to get up this morning.
You weren't loud enough.
I did my best. Those cymbals can only be so loud.
Anybody else notice that they're doing a lot of work to make sure that we don't actually see what's going on in there?
Kinda weird,
yeah, right?
Sure. Yeah, it's I guess that's a bit odd, but maybe they want some sort of grand reveal. It's big drama for the TV, right?
Maybe. Kind of strange. Oh, and he looks over and he sees Steel Soldier step in as well, and right behind Steel Soldier is Beacon. As the two of them,
can I really quick do a check to see if like the length that we walked to get to this room seems right?
Seems right for what?
Like if the time it took from us to go from outside to this room and our walking speed, if that seemed correct, because Kit's thinking that maybe there's some sort of that we're inside the middle of the Coliseum, the walls are going to fall off.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, go ahead and make a that's very survival-y. So I would say a willpower.
All right, don't fuck me now, dice. The dice have fucked me. 0 out of 3. She's very nervous right now.
Yeah, you're not sure. I would say you've never been in this little waiting room area. It doesn't seem weird to you, but like you have no reason to disprove that theory either. On a 0, yeah, it's like anything could happen.
Just don't throw up. Don't throw up in front of the others.
Soldier...
I start like rubbing Kit's back.
Soldier steps up to you and he kind of gets to your level because he is much taller than you, and he's like, "Hey, it's all right. Don't lose it now. The cameras are going to turn on in a minute."
Are there cameras in here?
Well, it will be.
Oh. Cool.
While you're waiting, you may have interviews done, and they're going to explain. Do you see Beacon is like waiting patiently, like Soldier's like, "Oh, sorry." Oh, yeah, carry on. Beacon steps forward and says, "Everyone, would you please gather around?"
I stand patiently.
And you see that news reporter has actually come in here as well now. He goes, "Some of you, I'm sure, know This is Tiffany Wen from FCN,
Nice to meet you, Tiffany.
or rather, she goes, that would be FCNN, actually, First City News Network. Hi, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm going to be filming this, the explanation of the rules. So don't mind me. Be totally natural. Just do what you would do.
You got it.
All right. She just rips into her.
She goes, all right, in 3. The camera light sort of turns on, and Beacon says, hello, everyone watching at home, of course, and welcome, one and all, to this year's Legends debut. It means the world to us that you are here watching with us, seeing our first years shine. Well, it is our explicit goal to instill confidence in the young heroes who have, frankly, our complete confidence, who will be on the streets sooner than you know it, helping you out and doing their part. I am, of course, Beacon, and, well, nothing left to do but to begin. Now, Team Alpha Wave, Team Steel Soldier, and of course Team Tabula Rasa. All 3 of you are probably wondering about now why all the secrecy. Well, things are working a little bit differently this time. Let's just say we've upped our game. These are 3 incredibly skilled teams, and all with a diverse set of skills. It is our goal to test all of those skills, as well as your ability to quickly assess a situation. So as such, we are not telling you all of the rules beforehand. All you need to know for now is that your goal is to save Paragon. Well, literally, in this moment. This. And he reaches into a pocket and pulls out a small marble. And it's the size of a marble. And it looks like a teeny tiny little Paragon, like planet Paragon. When you step out there, a clock will start. You will need to assess your surroundings, face a series of challenges until you are able to locate this. Each of you will be competing on your own as a team. The teams will go one at a time and will not be allowed to watch the other teams. At least, not until you've gone. Each of you will be trying to, well, find Paragon as quickly as you can. The team with the longest, that is to say the slowest, time to complete their mission will be eliminated, and the fastest 2 teams will move on to the next round. You with me so far?
Yes.
The only advice I can give you from this point is to play to your strengths. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and officially roll the dice here. And he actually does have a set of holographic dice pulled up on a tablet that he then shakes to determine what team will be going first. And it lands on an image of Alpha Wave. Team Alpha Wave sort of huddles together and goes, very well. First on the docket is Team Alpha Wave. Would you please join me stepping out into the stadium? Good luck to all of you. Beacon steps out after a brief huddle that you guys can't hear. Alpha Wave looks very serious. He pats them all on the back. They all step out together. you are left in this room that is completely soundproofed as the door closes. The news reporter, actually, Tiffany Wen, she steps out as well, and she's like, "Great to meet you."
Nice to meet you as well.
She steps out, and so you guys are left in here with Team Tabula Rasa.
Can I have rolled during that to really see the materials of the marble?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and make a perception roll.
Okay.
So that usually willpower.
Okay.
You could make a case for intelligence if you wanted to.
My willpower is better, and that's 2 successes out of 2.
Okay, full success.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't look particularly fragile,
Mm-hmm.
so it's probably like a really strong resin.
Okay. Is it like glossy? Is it
Yeah, it's glossy, it's shiny.
okay? Okay. And what color is it? It's like bluish
Blue and green.
greenish. Okay.
Yeah. It's like a perfect tiny little miniaturized version of the planet.
Okay. Okay.
So play to our strengths. I'm good at hurting people and hiding.
All right. Yeah. I'm sure that those things may come in handy. Maybe they've tailored each of these to our specific skill sets. My strengths do happen to be strength and speed and such, but I'm sure that
And you
our
can
combined intelligence will figure this out.
I'm not very smart.
Okay, I think that I beg to differ. I think you're a pretty smart person.
Well, the best thing that you can do, the two of you, is to really assess the situation as quickly and efficiently as you possibly can. I mean, you want to make sure that you don't take shots you don't need to, right? The key to speed is only acting when you feel confident that you have a strong chance of success.
Mm-hmm.
The more you try and fail, the longer you're going to take. And that's not what you want. You got to take it one thing at a time, figure out the fastest path to victory.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Thank you, sir.
I bet they're gonna throw in some conundrums like, "Oh, you gotta save people from a burning building." Ugh.
Well,
You never know.
I'd be happy to do that and show that that's what we're capable of.
What do you guys think? Shouting over to Tabula Rasa.
They're kind of huddled together as well. I think should they have their motorcycles? Because they're like motorcycle heroes. I think it'd be kind of funny if they did.
2 out of 3 of them just have a couple of hogs in the
Yeah.
waiting room.
Fully like in the waiting room. And they're like fussing over them as well. Out of all 3 teams, they really do seem to be the ones taking it like the least seriously. Like it's serious, but they're like here to have fun. Except maybe, and you can correct me on this because they're your team, but I think Simon is the only one who's like doing calculations in his head of like, oh god. The rest of them are like casually chatting about it.
Yeah, I think Simon and Tabula Rasa are the Simon's thinking hard about it. Tabula Rasa is like, please take this more seriously. Because it's also her first year as well,
Yeah,
being a team leader.
that's true. I think Steel Soldier goes up to her and is like, "Hey, you've got an amazing team here. They're gonna do very well." And she's like, "Yeah, that's true. You know, and it is admirable to me that they really are here to have a good time. And, you know, I think you know as well as I do that that is a worthy enough goal. When you're calm, at peace, it's easier to do what you need to do." I wouldn't say they're not taking it seriously. I would say they're already playing to their strengths. And she smiles at Mary. And there is a very deep bond there. Mary nods and smiles and sort of basks in the confidence that she feels from her teacher. Time begins to actually feel like it's slowing down as you guys are just waiting and waiting. And is it safe to say that you guys are watching the clock?
Mhm.
to get a gauge for how long the first team takes.
Kit is going to try and hear through the soundproofing to see if she can hear anything going outside.
Ooh, the soundproofing is really intense. You are going to need a full success to get just a little bit, an outstanding success to get anything really substantial.
Watch this. I didn't take a skill rank in hearing for nothing. Two out of three. That was so close to greatness.
You try to listen in and you really don't get anything. However, the timing, I think, would be really interesting because it's about 33, maybe 34 minutes from that starting pistol. Not a literal pistol, but when the door opens up again and Team Alpha Wave steps in. Alpha Wave is beaming. His two team members go to like take their seats. And as they pass you guys, they're like, well, good luck to you.
Nice job. You feel good?
Feel great. I mean, and they're clear. They're like, they worked hard. They are like sweating. They're like tense, but they're like kind of ecstatic at the same time. There's still electricity actively crackling off of superconductor. And he's like, hey, you guys are going to do great. Not as good as us, though. We are so fast.
Nice job.
Alpha Wave turns to you guys and goes, well, you're up next.
We'll do our darndest.
Oh, all right.
Beacon is in behind them, and he's like, he could clearly, like, he wanted to say it, but the camera's turned back on, and he's like, that is correct. Team Steel Soldier, are you ready?
We sure are.
Throw us
Would you
at him.
please? Would you please step out with me into the stadium?
Absolutely.
Steel Soldier is like, I'm right behind you. Come on.
Can you do this for us?
No. Mine was many, many years ago now. I think I prefer the role of teacher at this point.
Teacher. I'm a teacher now. I
Well.
teach students.
Besides, you guys are the ones who have to work up a sweat. I'll just get to have popcorn.
And you enjoy it. You've earned it.
No, I'll save you some for after you win. Come on. You step out, and it really is that sort of quintessential moment of the sun hits your eyes and everything starts out a blur and then sharply comes into focus as the crowd is screaming all up around you. People from all over the city, really probably all over Paragon. People like come from Symphony to watch this live, and the tickets, like Comic-Con, sell out so quickly. You see, like, there are even VIP booths around that you can't make out who is where, at least not without like trying to roll for it. And it's tough even because your attention, like, things are fighting for your attention. And as you step out, you can clearly see the arena laid out in front of you. I actually have a picture to send you guys,
Ooh.
but I'm going to wait to send it until we actually really, truly start. Because as you step out, the camera is right on you. Tiffany Wen is with you, and she goes, all right, Nine-Tailed Fox, going into your match. Here with your teammate, your distinguished teacher, Steel Soldier, watching in the wings. Do you have anything to say to the people before you begin?
Hi. I'm Nine-Tailed Fox. This is my teammate, Yankee Doodle. We're gonna win.
Bold and succinct. I love it. Yankee Doodle, how about you? Anything you want to say before you step into the ring?
I'd just like to say enjoy the show and tell someone you love them.
Steel Soldier, you must be very proud of your team. Both enthusiastic, charismatic, and I must say, they look pretty strong to me. Oh, they'll do their best. No matter who wins today. We're all here for the same reason. To protect Paragon and to be there for each other. I believe in my team, and I believe in this city. Have fun. He waves and begins to step back. He smiles at you guys and takes his position. Beacon steps out in front of you. The camera moves back. Miss Wen moves back, and you step to the outskirts of the stadium as you look. And now, I am going to send you the image.
Ooh.
So as you step out to the edge of the stadium, looking out over this strange set of things that have challenges, things that I will reveal momentarily once the clock starts. Beacon steps out in front of you, addressing the crowd, but making clear eye contact with you, his voice projected to the entire stadium and really to the world, everyone watching at home, and says, Team Steel Soldier, your time starts now. And the clock begins to count. So, what you see in the image that I will now show on the screen, hello, it's the image, wow, is a circular stadium, of course, and you can see there are clear boundaries, walls, so that like the audience doesn't get hit with any stray energy projection or whatever, right? So there's like a sort of transparent barrier there. And in the actual stadium, in the very, very center, is a 30-foot tall tower. It is perfectly prismatic, four-sided rectanguloid that stretches 30 feet straight up into the air. But the surface of it is not like perfectly smooth. Even though it is a shining silver that glints in the sun, it has indents, almost like a climbing wall. And you can see at the very top of it is some sort of sphere. Looks like you could maybe hold it in two hands like a crystal ball, but it's made of that same material. Just pure silver. And it's sitting up on the top. Around you, in this open sort of circular stadium space, you notice three distinct objects, I want to say, because there's really nothing else that unifies them except for what lies at their center. You see on the westernmost side is what appears to be a statue of some sort of armored centurion. It doesn't look like a robot, it's not going to come alive or anything. It's made out of pure concrete, but it's styled after like a gladiator, and it's cradling a traditional looking target that is like white and red with a bullseye in the center of it. But that looks to be painted, the bullseye part. So the whole thing is like solid concrete. You notice as well, directly in front of you, maybe just a little bit to your left, is a force field dome. Maybe about the size of like a small camping tent. And in front of it is a computer terminal that is currently just like showing algorithms and text. It has an interface that clearly would need to be messed with somehow. And then on the northeasternmost side, seemingly is empty. There's nothing really there, but you do hear the strange flapping of wings, and you look up and you notice at first what you think might be some kind of bird, but you catch a glimpse of it and you see that flying all around, like in the air, really, very high up, is another target, but it seems to be attached to a winged drone that is flying at very high speeds all around. So there are three very different scenarios of targets. I might not have mentioned, in the force field dome one, there's a target inside that. So this is everything that you see in the immediate sense. Mechanically, the way that this works is that every 3 dice rolls made within the party. After each one, we are going to roll 1d6 to determine how many minutes go by.
Whoa. Very cool.
So economy of actions is very important. You want to roll the minimum amount of die to succeed at what you want. Or not the minimum, but like you want to roll the minimum amount of times overall. Yeah. If you roll an outstanding success at any point, you delay that time roll.
Whoa.
You get an extra die roll before we roll for time. So that's mechanically, that's it. You guys see this, and now you just have to sort of figure out what you need to do with all of these things.
I'm guessing hit the targets.
It seems to me like this is a big dunk tank.
Well, you're obviously the best for that flying one. I guess I'll start cracking away at the terminal.
Yeah, I can also go get the ball.
Why don't we save that for the second to last thing we need to do?
Well, I think that we might need to throw that ball at these targets.
You're astonishingly correct. Why don't you get that ball?
All right. Well, while you crack away at the terminal, I think maybe I'll just take a shot at the statue with the ball.
All right, sounds like a plan. Meet back up at the tower.
All right. So yeah, I would like to fly to the top of the tower and pick up the ball as my first.
Okay. So since you can fly, I am not going to make you roll. That's basic movement.
Okay.
There's no need to roll for it. You can fly straight up there where others would have to climb. That does give you a really nice advantage. You fly up there and you run over. And is your explicit intention to try and you're going to grab the ball and pick it up?
Yeah, like a deadlift because it looks like a heavy like medicine ball. So I'm going to try and get under it, perfect form, and lift it.
Okay. So go ahead and make a strength roll.
Okay.
That would be your first roll.
Okay.
You're a strong boy. You got super strength.
I am a strong boy. Oh yeah, since I have super strength, do I roll
Yep.
a d12 as well? Okay. Oops. One explodes. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4. So I guess 4 successes out of 5 dice because one exploded and it succeeded twice.
Yeah. So, okay. So 6 out of 5. So this works out because you fly up there and you go to pick this thing up and you realize that as you're picking it up, you start to feel circuitry and you feel like this thing is going to like mess with you. And you realize that the entire ball mechanism, it is attached. The ball doesn't come loose. You're kind of starting to break it.
All right. All right. Hey, Kit.
Yeah.
This is some wires junk.
You also realize, though, that it is heavily magnetized. It is resisting you. Because that was such a good roll, you could continue to pull it free, but you feel that there are countermeasures coming. You feel a static electricity, but because it was such an outstanding roll, you can react in time to not get like shocked by it. What you also notice is that this ball that's on the top of this, that really is just a continuation of the tower itself. It's like on a pedestal and then it's attached. It has a clear seal to it, like it's supposed to open like a shell.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that on either side of the ball, there are indents that are roughly the size of a marble. Just 2 on either side.
Okay.
Like one on either side.
It looks like maybe that's some sort of unlocking mechanism.
Yeah, you figure something like that. Like you need 2 different marble-sized things to put in this to make it open.
Okay. And how big is the center red circle in these targets? Is it about the size of this massive sphere that I'm picking up, or is it smaller?
They're all different sizes. The one that the statue is holding is a little bit bigger. The one in the dome is like the size of a pizza.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that is flying as like a little flying drone is super tiny, like this big.
I see. All right. Well, I'm torn right now because I feel like being a hero is about sacrifice and being willing to do the painful thing. So if I'm about to get shocked from this, maybe that's an okay thing, and I need to accept that. If it'll get us further, you know.
I will say with the outstanding success, that delays the roll, so you would have gone to 1 turn, but you're at 0 still. So that's good. You broke even.
Okay. All right. So this is a free round. Yeah, I guess I don't know, maybe I just feel like I'm gonna monkey this thing open. I'm just gonna like like smash it on the ground. I don't
Pull
know.
harder.
Yeah, I guess I'll just pull harder.
Okay. So you stay attached to it. I need you to make a Constitution save.
Got it. All right, that's 3. Ooh, oh, it explodes. Oops. Okay. 2 out of 3 successes.
2 out of 3 successes. Okay. So you would take 10 points of damage, but you got a middling success, right? So you're going to take 5 points of electric damage as this thing shocks you. And as it does so, you hear this horrible like sound.
Okay, does it move up further though? Like, can I wrench it?
Does it move up further? Wrenching it. So you feel the electromagnetism double down. It would take another attempted roll. It forced you to make a save because you stayed touching it, which does count as one of your dice rolls. So now you're at 1 turn. If you want to go to the second turn, you'll have to try to lift it again, if that is what you're going to keep trying to do.
But did it seem like it zeroed out my progress? Like when it shocked me, it went all the way back to 1.
Yeah, it clamped itself back down to where it was.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind.
It's like a series of intense electromagnets kicked in at the attempt.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm counting, because of your outstanding success, I'm lumping in a sort of realization that it was not a freestanding thing that you were meant to pick up, and that it's fighting you against doing that.
Yeah, totally.
And you feel pretty confident as well in what you said about like out of character, that there's like unlocking mechanisms. There's maybe something in here that you need to get to open this thing up. You feel like that's probably correct based on the resistance this thing is giving you.
Okay. What is the ground like? Is it sand? Is it like gravel? What is?
It's actually just like a flat concrete ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna grappling hook over to the terminal real quick and start cracking on that.
Okay.
First things first, I will use 12 points to boost my intelligence by 2. So I'm down to 60 HP. And then I'll just see if I can just figure out how to unlock that terminal and get that force field down.
Okay. So go ahead and make an intelligence roll. Do you have any computer skills or anything like that? Or are you just making straight intelligence?
Nope. Straight intelligence. That's a 3 out of 1.
3 out of 1. Okay, so again, we were going to go up to 2, but we're staying at 1 turn. You guys are moving fast. So 3 out of 1, outstanding success. You hack straight into this terminal. You figure out that it's not necessarily just like a hacking thing, it's pattern recognition. And as you sharpen your own senses, you figure out the actual geometric pattern that you need. You find the right digits, input them, and the thing comes down. And as it does, the crowd goes absolutely crazy, seeing you guys.
Circle goes in circle, triangle goes in triangle.
So now the target is just lying there on the ground, and you can get a good look at it.
Is there anything in the center?
In the center, it's a red dot. But what you do notice is that this target is it's like paper mache. It almost looks like a pinata. Looks really like light and breakable.
I put my fist right through that John. Feel for a marble.
So because the main action of this one was to hack through the force field, I'm not going to make you roll for like busting through paper. It's just paper, right? So you put your fist through it and you feel something cold and metal inside. You pull it out and you find a steel marble. It is pure silver and it is the exact same material as the tower.
1 out of 1. This is gonna be fun.
All right, I understand now. I want to leap off and just immediately try and chase that drone.
Okay. Go ahead and make you're going to try to catch it.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to catch up to it. So we're going to make this an agility roll.
Okay.
Versus the drone itself.
Okay. Now I have super speed and I have flight.
Mm-hmm.
Do I roll both?
You
of
add
those?
both. You add both of those, yeah.
Heck. That's a bunch of dice. Okay, that's one explosion. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of 5.
Hey.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense to my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's 6 dice. Okay, 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6. Okay, I only rolled 2. So you are able to catch up to it. It's not an outstanding success, so your turn counter goes to 2.
Okay.
And it was not an outstanding success, so you don't immediately grab it and catch it, but you catch up to it. So you're right in front of it. You will need to make a dexterity roll to grab it.
Okay.
Now.
And I'm gonna do that.
Yep.
Okay.
And because you've caught up to it, there's no disadvantage here. You can just grab for it like normal.
Okay. Do I add any of my power dice to that?
Do you
Like
have
super
anything
speed?
applicable to grabbing or?
I mean, super speed to like snatch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let that go. That makes sense. You're trying to grab it before it can react. So now, because you've caught up to it, you're not going against its ability to dodge you. You're on your own scale of success. So we're just going to see how much success you get here.
Okay. That was a 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. Yeah. Because you've caught up to it, you're able to grab it. So you fully grab it. And as soon as your hands wrap around this thing, the wings are flapping in between your like on either side of your hand. As soon as like you wrap around it, the wings go limp and the target cracks itself open like an egg.
Okay.
And you have a second.
Spills out.
Yeah, the marble is there. Yeah. So now you have 2.
And there were 2 on either side of the sphere.
There were 2 total. Yeah, 1 on either side.
Okay. Do you want to toss it to me or you want to climb up to the top?
I have grappling hooks. I can just make it up there, baby.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, you have to shoot the grappling hook to see if you actually do it. Yeah. So go ahead and make a.
Don't we need to see how much time has passed for him to chase?
Well, it went up to 2 when he
caught up to it.
And
Oh,
grabbed
that
it.
did go to 3.
Oh
You're
my
right.
goodness.
That went to 3. Yeah, that went to 3. Okay, so that was a really good first round. There was a lot of outstanding success. So let's see. Our first time roll is a 1. All of that happened in 1 minute.
That sounds lore accurate.
Okay. So now we reset back to 0. So you try to shoot your grappling hook up to the top of the. Do you have 30 feet of hook? Cool. So,
I have 100 foot of hook.
Easy enough. All you need to do is make a dexterity check, or with any gadgetry that you might have, or do you have any skills for it?
I guess parkour wouldn't be applicable in this situation, would it?
To shooting the hook, no. You just need an average success.
Okay.
For it to connect.
I don't need to use any life, I think. Yeah. Oh shit. Tink. That's a 1 out of 3.
Oh no. You go to shoot the grappling hook, and this actually kind of makes sense. As the turn counter goes to 1, there's nothing for it to hold against. You shoot it up and it just clangs against the side of smooth silver.
Fuck. Here, take it.
Yeah. So I want to use my movement to fly down to the plinth and
Okay.
just sort of baseball mitt ready to catch the thing that the Kit throws me.
I'll just
Okay.
toss him up that silver thingamajig.
So let's have Ben roll the throw first.
Mm-hmm.
So roll dexterity for the throw.
Oh, Dex for the throw. You know what? I'm gonna spend 6 HP. I don't wanna. I want to make this a bit easier for myself. Ooh, shit. Please give me something to punch soon. Oh my god. Can this be strength? Fuck.
Strength for a throw. I would let that happen.
Oh, okay, cool. Then that's a 1 out of 1.
Okay, so full success is cool. That gets us to 2 on the turn counter, but because you got a full success, you go on target and we don't need to waste a roll on you catching it.
Cool. Okay.
So you're able to
Catch
get it.
it.
He threw it right to you. Yeah, she threw it right to you.
And I want to immediately plunge them both on the sides of the metal sphere.
Okay, so you stick those two straight in, and there's like a metallic hiss. The complete opposite of that ant sound occurs. What you get instead is this like ding, this resonant harmonic note as this clamshell thing pries itself apart and retracts. I'm turning my note pages now.
Ooh. Second page unlocked.
Indeed. So what you see is the marble, the Paragon marble that you are looking for, is floating, suspended in anti-gravity, where once this shell was, is now a circle of shimmering blue force field energy. On the pedestal underneath it, panels slot away, revealing 4 distinct slots, almost like card keyholes at a hotel. You have but a moment to take this in before you feel the ground rumbling beneath your feet. The entire stadium begins to change composition, as out from each of the 4 sides of this tower, a wall begins to rise up, separating the entire stadium into 4 distinct quadrants. I am now going to send you an updated map.
You know, Kid, I thought this was a little bit too easy.
I mean, I don't see why you still just can't smash that force field.
I'll do my darndest.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
There it is. Ooh.
So, here it is, audience. Boom, on the screen. Quadrant 1, you see a 10-foot tall, hulking giant made of stone. Its entire body is composed of what looks to be like clay and hard rock. It actually steps out from like within the bowels of the stadium. It steps into its quadrant and stands there. So this is some sort of like mechanoid of some kind, but it has a Mysterio style glass bubble for a head. And inside is floating what looks to be a perfect silver card. On the next quadrant over to the right, you see that there is a shimmering field between the areas of the wall there, distinguishing quadrant 2. And inside, at first it might look like nothing is really different, but there's kind of a heaviness to the air. And while you're standing on top of the platform, you can go over the different walls, right? So while you're on top, you can look into all of them. And the whatever side of your body is closest to that quadrant, you feel gravity is like turned off. It's like moving through pudding, and your elbow starts to like float up and you have to pull it back. And you notice that there is another one of those silver cards floating, suspended 60 feet in the air in perfect anti-gravity. in that quadrant. Moving down back on the other side in quadrant 3, the floor slides away, and the entirety of that quadrant is just water. Just like blue water that you can't see what's inside. You don't see the card, you just see blue. And then the final quadrant is one that you can hear. There are crackling panels of red electricity that seem to come alive in a pattern. And like deep in the middle is one platform that seems to be made of some sort of like shock absorbing or deflecting rubber that you can stand on, just big enough for one person to stand on, where there is another one of those silver cards. And those are the 4 quadrants that you see.
And Kit was on the ground to begin with, so which quadrant is she starting in?
Or was I able to stand on one of the walls and just lift me up to the center?
That's a fair point. So the quadrant that you were standing in, if you were still in the vicinity of the 3rd target, right? Then you would have been really close to the wall.
Yeah, I was like right next to the thing to make that throw. The tower.
So
that's what
I'm
going
to say you need to make a very easy dexterity or agility saving throw to get yourself on top of the wall if you want to be. Otherwise, you can just stay in whatever quadrant you're in.
Watch me work. Okay, that's kind of shit, but also kind of not. I got 3 failures and 3 6s, so 6 out of 6.
Okay. So full success, you are able to grab onto really whichever wall you want to. You can make your way, because you're pretty quick, so you can make your way over to the top of quadrant 3 or to the right of quadrant 3. Like between 3 and 4 or between 3 and 1?
Where do you want to be? Between 3 and 4. Just in the middle.
So you get on top of that wall, and you can stand comfortably. It's a pretty thick wall, so it's like just thick enough that you can stand on top of it. So now you're up on top. That was our 3rd roll, so I'm going to roll another time die.
Woo.
Okay, that's a 3.
Still more accurate.
So we're 4 minutes in so far. You know that Team Alpha Wave took in the vicinity of 30 minutes. You guys are already doing really good.
All right.
So what's the play?
So
you guys are now both in an elevated position looking down at these 4 quadrants.
Hey, Kit, I think that your grappling hook might be better suited to grab that card out of the anti-gravity chamber than me flying in there would be.
I agree, but I also have a worse idea that's infinitely more interesting. And she'll walk up slowly and extremely sassily, and she'll tap that force field and be like, how confident do you think you are that you could just snatch it from this thing?
Through the force field?
Through the force field.
Well, I mean, it might as well try it. And I just plunge my hand in.
Okay. This isn't even a strength situation. This is a constitution situation.
All right. That's still high.
This is going to hurt.
Okay.
Just turn the brain off. Just, hell yeah, Texas.
What do you got?
That was 1 out of 3 successes.
1 out of 3 successes. So, not only does the counter go up to 1, but you, as you reach your hand in, there is a horrible burning pain. As you do have great strength, you can try to crack into this thing, but you notice the field, it doesn't just resist you, it moves around you. This thing is malleable to heat signatures. And so as you push your fist into it, you are pushing almost like through electric water, and it wraps around your hand and it follows you in, and then it burns up your arm, and you actually take 14 points of damage.
Ooh-wee. All right. Yeah, I'm not keen on doing that one again.
So you're saying that it's both a strength and constitution thing?
Well, it's more of a technology thing. Pushing through the bubble is not very much of an option because the bubble, as soon as it feels a heat signature in it, it moves around it and coats it and it comes with you. Does that make sense? So it stays a shield all the way through as it surges electric damage into you.
How sturdy does the card reader look? Because I'm assuming that's what's generating the weird electric force field.
What's generating the force field? You'd need to make an
Yeah.
intelligence check to try and determine what's actually generating the force field. The card reader is just like what's going to turn it off.
I think the card reader unlocks it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there might not be any shortcuts around this one, Kit. I think we might need to just play it.
But this would be so funny. 2 out of 1.
2 out of 1, you realize that they took this into consideration. They want you to play the game. They want you to play the game. And the force field is being generated remotely. Like, it clearly is, something here has to project it, but it can be programmed from somewhere else that is not in the stadium.
So, with my outstanding success from a dum-dum, was I able to figure out where it's being generated from? Because obviously they only have one for situations like this.
I mean, you would imagine it's probably from the actual, like, tech center on campus.
Fuck. All right. Fine, we'll play the game.
The counter does stay at 1, though,
Okay.
because it was outstanding. So
I'll try and grab that card with my little grappling.
I made a
Grappling
map
hook.
for you. I'm not being stingy. I just want you to play the game. Yeah. Okay. So what do you do?
I'm gonna try and get the card from Q2 with my grappling hook.
Okay. So the margin of success is higher because you are now fighting gravity.
That's a 1 out of 3 nonetheless.
Oh no. Yeah, on a 1 out of 3. So the counter goes up and you shoot your grappling hook into it, and you see as soon as it crests into that area, it goes completely wobbly and it loses all of its momentum. It just starts to float and snake up.
Ooh.
All right, Kit, I know what to do. We need a bit of centrifugal force before you go into that quadrant.
That's not the worst idea I've had. I'll extend my grappling hook. There you go.
All right, here we go. I want to spin around and just launch her into anti-grav from like over the ocean. You know what I mean? I'm going to
That's
fly over the ocean.
Really
and throw.
cool. Okay, so go ahead and make a strength check with your powers.
Heck yeah. Can I use flying too?
Are you flying?
Yeah, I'm flying over the ocean so that we can get a better...
Oh, okay. Using flying for the actual throw?
anchor myself midair.
Yeah, as a stabilizer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If
I had to
you-
think about it as someone who is not science brained at all.
The D12.
If you fail this
But I think I
roll,
get it.
I will both make fun of you and feel incredibly offended.
Well, so far, already not a fail. That's 4 out of 6, but the D12 explodes, making it 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6. Okay, so not a full success, but a success nonetheless. So Kit is able to. Am I understanding the concept correctly that you're throwing Kit through, like, strong enough through the anti-gravity that she'll, like, get to the card?
I'm building up the speed and the direction that is necessary from outside of the zero grav, so that as soon as she hits the zero grav force, she can continue on that path.
Right.
Yeah.
So, on a middling success like that, you throw. Kit will still have to make a grab check, but you're on target. So there's no disadvantage. You're there. You're able to grab it. So you're going to need to roll a dexterity check with an average success or more to grab it. However, that did take us to 3 before we do that. So I'm going to go ahead and roll a time real quick. Another 1.
Okay, good.
We're at 5 minutes.
We're just so sick with it. I will burn 12 more HP. I am just slowly dying from my own misdeeds. Sounds about right.
So
And
go ahead
as
and
part
give
of
me
the Oh, sorry. As part of the move, centrifugal force, Kit also anchors herself on something before I throw her.
Oh, this is a team move that you guys have.
This is a team move, yeah.
Oh, I am so sorry.
wait.
I didn't realize this was
Are
an
we
existing
doing-
team move that you did.
Are we doing roundabout or centrifugal force? Roundabout's the one where you throw me. Centrifugal force is the one where I chuck you.
Oh, I guess I'm sort of mixing the two because I'm picturing you anchoring yourself so that when you're in the zero grav and you grab it, where are you going to go? How are you going to swim out of there? It's going to take so much time. So if you
Word.
anchor yourself and I throw you in, now you can just reel yourself in with the...
Oh, I have 2. I have 1 on under each arm, so you can just hold one and let go of the other, and I'll just let that one sling.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
Yeah, word.
Cool. So coming back won't be an issue. Then you just have to grab it,
Cool.
and all you
Aw.
need is an average success.
Yeah, how's a fucking 4 out of 3 sound?
A 4 out of 3 sounds good. That instead of going to 1 keeps us at 0.
I love the aggression.
So you
behind it.
grab this card, and you are floating, but you have it in your hand, and nothing really happens. It's just like a metal sort of key card,
I'll wind my way back to Yankee.
which you can easily do without having to roll for anything. You just move yourself over there.
Want to try that again with the 4th zone?
I think that I'm gonna take a dip, and you can maybe figure out quadrant 4 by throwing your hook over there.
That's probably a smarter move. Yeah. All right, break.
Break. Dive into the ocean.
Okay, so you dive into the ocean. Go ahead and make me a perception check as you
Okay.
look through underwater.
Can I actually try something here?
Mhm.
With my my thermal adaptation, I guess thermal is never mind. Forget I said that. I'm gonna take that again.
Okay.
I would like to try something here.
Okay.
With my little Boy Scout patches, I would like to try and like reflect light from above onto the floor of the ocean to get a glint of the resin on these or like the gloss on these cards if they're glossy.
To see if you can see you're reflecting sunlight to make a scan of
Mhm.
if you can see the cards.
Mhm.
Okay, so what that would do is that would bring down the margin of success needed because you don't have to like dive in there and start searching blindly.
Mhm.
Now you just need an average success on perception
Cool.
because you're looking like you can see what's in there. That is very clever.
Thank you. I'm a survivalist. All right, so same perception check?
Yeah,
All right.
but this time you just need average or more.
Okay.
You would have needed full if you were doing it underwater.
Oh my god. That is 3 explosions out of 3. Okay, so it made it a 4 out of 3.
the
That was
counter
crazy.
still does not go to 1.
You
We're
do.
still sitting on 0.
You know that when we roll a 6, that counts as 2 successes, right?
Oh, it's not an explosion?
Nah, a 4 and 5 is 1 success, and a 6 is 2 successes.
I thought you were just calling them explosions.
Yeah.
Wait, what have you been doing?
I've been re-rolling them after they explode, so I'm like, that's 1 success, then re-roll, and then literally, I don't think it matters that much because almost every
because
time
it
I've
still would have been
exploded-
making them every time you roll a 6, that would still make it an above success.
Exactly, and then
So
every
it
time I've
doesn't change it.
re-rolled an explosion, I think probably 80% of the time I've rolled another success. So in that case, that's crazy because that was 3 explosion or 3 6s.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, mechanically it changes nothing in terms of the
Okay.
results, right? Because
Yeah.
rolling 6s still would have gotten you another success automatically anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so
But
that's
it's
Nothing has
6 out of
changed.
3.
That is good
it's
to know.
6 out of
Though.
3.
No. Yeah, that is still 6 out of 3. Okay, so again, the counter stays sitting at 0 as you guys like zoom, which is makes sense because you literally have super speed.
Yeah, I'm like Buzz Lightyear.
It's making sense. Yeah. So okay, so you make a perception check. You zero straight in on where this thing is. It is at the bottom of the pool. You can get a clear gauge of how much pool there is.
Hmm.
It looks like this thing goes about 20 feet deep.
Okay. How high can I go into the air? It's an open air thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a high jump
Okay.
and then like reach so that I don't have to be underwater for that long. I'm just gonna like get as far in the air as I think that I can, as quick as I can, and just dive straight above it and try and like touch the bottom of the pool, grab the card, and kick up. So that's my whole series, is what I'm attempting.
Yeah, that's easy enough. So go ahead and make a constitution check, but
Okay.
add your power die
Okay.
to account for the fact that you've given yourself momentum. You've given yourself some kind of advantage here. You don't need to hold your breath for that long, theoretically, because use your speed too, because you're
Okay.
yeah. You're going fast enough that you're most likely going to be able to get in and out of there without needing to take a breath.
Okay. So
The water even makes you wet.
that
We'll just
is
see how much resistance the water gives you.
3 out of 5 successes then.
3 out of 5. Okay, so 3 out of 5, you are It only would have been a failure where it would have been a problem. So with 3 out of 5, you are able to dive down into the water. You notice that it isn't just water, which makes sense because it was tinted in such a way where you couldn't see until you reflected light into it. It is like ever so slightly viscous. So it does slow you down as you move through it. It's safe to, I mean, it's not safe to breathe, but like, it's not going to like poison you. So you get in there, you grab it, and then you crest up out of the water without having to make another roll.
I think they put a packet or two of gelatin in there, but made my way out.
Well, good to see that they're keeping fun surprises, and I'll just shoot my grappling hook. Well, first, I'll take 2 points of damage for maintaining my dexterity bonus, and then I'll try and shoot my grappling hook at the electric card. Please don't electrocute me, Father. 6. Damn. Sorry,
So you're just rolling your grappling hook from
top of the tower to
top
hit the card.
Okay.
And that is a 3 out of 3.
Okay, full success. So we'll finally put the counter to 1. 3 out of 3.
2, because the last one when you dived down was 3 out of 5.
Right. God. My brain is moving faster than I can keep up with. Okay. So the counter's at 2. You reach out and you grab the card with the grappling hook. Okay. And it auto retracts, right? So
Yep.
you're basically just using up equivalently an action to grab it and then a secondary action to retract it back to you. That one was probably the easiest one, considering the fact that you were able to do that. Yeah.
All right. So that's just
So now you have 3 out of 4.
the big guy.
Yeah, you've been wanting to punch something, haven't you?
Well, I need it to be alive for me to get anything out of it. So
Gotcha. Well, we can try and break the glass on its head and get the card.
yeah. Why don't you take the lead on that one? I'll support you. Please do this fast because I am going to pass out very quickly if you don't.
All right, why don't you stand up here and we'll try paper fox. You distract it.
I'm thinking more just go get him, Tiger, and she'll slap you on the butt, and you will get 2 additional points to your dex and 4 to your strength.
Okay. All right. 4 to my strength? That's insane.
Yeah. And those count as auto successes.
Oh my
God. That does take 30 HP of mine to do, so don't worry, audience. I didn't make it super overpowered.
All right, I sort of like let you like lay you down so you can
Oh, I'm
take a
fine
breather.
now. It's
Okay,
just
all right.
2 more rounds of that, and I will be unconscious.
Oh, all right, all right. Well, here we go then. And I want to jump up and just sort of like pencil dive, but like letting my feet crack down into the glass.
Okay. So,
Oh,
what's
wait.
going to happen here? What?
Sorry, I'm just when you roll to. I never hit anything normally before in the show, but can you just use strength to like both attack roll and damage, or is it dex and then strength for fighting?
I'm confused. What, like, are you
Like,
asking if you can use either strength or dexterity for damage?
yeah, when you like just are punching stuff.
Yeah. Depending on what kind of a build you are, you can use strength or dexterity. A lot of martial artists would be dexterity builds, whereas there are other characters like Fortress, for example, who would fight melee with strength.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
But whichever
Kyle-
one that you roll for attack is you have to use that for the damage as well.
Okay, cool. Then never mind. You get 2 to your agility because I didn't realize that.
Yeah, right.
So,
You can't roll
okay.
strength and then add your dexterity to the damage. You have to
Okay.
use whatever the one that you rolled. Yeah.
Okay, cool. 2 to agility, still 4 to strength.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Cool. So you are going to fly at this thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a sentinel situation. The mechanic of this is that it's at the ready.
Mm-hmm.
So as you fly toward it, without having rolled initiative yet, it simply takes a reaction, like an opportunity attack from like a Dungeons and Dragons reference. So what you are going to need to do is you are going to need to make essentially a dodge roll.
Okay. Is that agility?
Yes.
Okay. So I already have 2 successes. Sick. And that's another 2. So that's 4 out of 4. Do I add my super speed?
Yeah.
Okay. So then that's 5 out of 4.
So it attempts to swat at you, but you pass right through it. So you ignore the opportunity attack, and the counter stays at 2 instead
yeah.
of going up to 3. So now you are able to proceed with your attack.
Okay. Yeah, and then now I'll sort of like fly at its head, and then when it swings at me, I want to just like revert and go up and then back down with my feet.
It's a big, heavy swing too, and it's
Yeah.
faster than you think it's going to be considering its size. But you're faster still. So you like just right out of the way. And what kind of attack are you trying to make?
I'm just gonna let my full strength. I want to like plunge my feet into the top of its head.
Okay. So then this is just going to be a strength attack with your super strength power die.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 auto successes on that, John.
That's crazy. Then. Okay, so I've already succeeded. Because I'm rolling 4 die.
Well, you also need to roll damage, so that's what it would help with as well.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
and it still has like defense to roll.
Yeah.
It rolls
Okay, yeah,
con for
yeah.
defense instead of...
Okay. So I'm gonna roll them anyway. Oh my god. Okay. 1, 2,
Pop off, King.
3, 4. So that's 8 out of 4 successes plus my power die. That's an 11 on the power die. So that's 9 out of 4 successes, baby.
I rolled a 7,
Ooh.
Whoa.
but you got 9. So yeah, you crunch into this thing. Go ahead and give me some damage.
Okay, and that's strength plus super strength?
Yeah. Oh, I should have had you make a target. It's too late now, because you're going for the glass head of it.
Yeah.
That's a targeted roll.
Okay.
Usually that would be at half disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to give you it for free, because
Yeah,
that is
for
the
sure.
mechanic of targeted shots. That's why
Yeah.
this is the hardest one. But you already rolled it. Do you still have like the rolls out, like
No,
laid
I
out in a
picked-
way that you could?
I've picked them up, but all 4 of the dice were successes. So
Right.
so I can just re-roll 2 of them.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Because you rolled 4 total, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just re-roll 2 of the successes.
Okay. That's 1 success. So it's an 8 out of.
Which is still more than 7, so
Okay.
you're cool.
Cool.
Just for posterity, I needed to make sure I had it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
And that's
Now the
2d6,
damage.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, what was on the
Uh,
power die?
What was that?
The power die was a success, right?
Yes, the power die. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an 11.
2d6. 2d6 plus your strength.
2d6 plus my strength of 4, so 4d6.
No, not plus your d6, like plus your actual like score
Oh.
in strength.
Oh, okay. So 2d6.
So what
plus
is
4.
your strength? How many die are you rolling when you roll strength?
Oh, 4.
So it's plus 4, not plus
Okay.
4d6. So it's
Oh.
2d6 plus the number 4.
Plus
Okay.
8 because of my special doodad.
And then do I add my super strength to the damage?
No.
Okay.
The super strength just gave you the power die to roll.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So then that is 1, 2, 3 plus 4, 7 plus 8.
Plus 4. So 12. Because my buff to you.
Oh, yeah, no, so mine was 7 and then whatever plus your 8 is. Or your
4. So 7,
Oh.
11.
11. Okay.
So 11 points of damage?
Yeah.
Okay. You crack into this heavy reinforced glass and you feel it crunch in and it spider webs. Another hit like that would probably bring it completely down.
Okay. And that didn't count as a roll because that was a 9 out of or 8 out of 4.
Correct. However, now that you're engaged with it, it's going to try and
Yeah.
fight you. So all
Understood.
you guys and it are now going to roll initiative, and the initiative rolls won't count against you.
Okay. And that's agility?
Yes.
Okay.
So you add plus 2 to that.
And these ones you actually do count up the numbers. This is the only
Oh, okay.
time when you do that. Yeah. What do we got?
18. I
got
really wish
an-
it wasn't.
I got an 11.
11. Okay. Now that we're in combat, instead of every individual dice roll taking up time, it moves to the mechanic of a time roll happening at the end of every round of combat.
Combat.
Okay.
So
we gotta beat
now,
this thing quick.
at
at the top of the initiative is Nine-Tailed Fox.
Fuck. All right. I take 5 points of damage. Ow. She's just gonna plug in the 2 cards that she got into the terminal and cheer on her boy Yankee out there.
Okay. So you just use your turn to. You're still up there. You could just walk over there. Yeah. So you just walk straight in and plug in your 2 cards with a satisfying ding, as a green light turns on above where you plug in each card.
Yankee, you're our man.
Yes, I
Go.
can. Okay.
Yep. It's your turn.
All right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Hey, yeah. My
So,
down smash.
same thing. Since it's a new round, it gets to use its reaction again to try
Okay.
and swat you away.
Absolutely.
So you're
dodge
gonna
roll
get to
first.
go ahead and roll a dodge roll. Yep.
Do I still have the buff from?
Yep.
Okay.
That's why I took 5 damage.
That is crazy. Okay. Agility. These dice feel broken. I almost want to like have a camera on it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 4.
So that's 9.
5, you said?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
no,
out of 4.
that's 7, right?
But do I roll my superpower die? Because I didn't roll. I just rolled dice.
You would roll speed.
Okay.
And if you're flying,
6.
then it would be flight too, but
6 out of 4, and then I'll roll, and then 7 out of 4.
yeah. So I roll
You got the plus 2, right?
3, 4.
Oh, and then plus 2. Oh my god. So 9 out of 4.
I only roll 4. So it goes to swat at you. And
This
it
feels
doesn't-
insane. I feel.
Okay. So go ahead and make your attack.
Okay. All right. Same thing. All right. That is more reasonable. 1, 2 out of 4 plus my superpower die. 1, 2. So that's 4 out of 4 plus the 4 from Kit. So 8 out of 4 again.
I roll 7. No kid, I
Whoa.
like actually 7. So
Hurt
let's
him.
get that strength damage.
Hurt him, baby.
All right. All right. So this is just 2 plus 4. 2. So that's 6 plus 4, 10 damage.
Oh wait, did you roll the disadvantage though
I'm gonna do the same
for
thing
the
I did
targeted
last time.
shot? Yep.
Okay. That changes nothing. It's the same thing.
Cool.
So
Making sure.
that's 10 damage.
Did you
10 damage.
add mine as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you added your strength?
Wait, what do I add? What do I add to my damage from you?
It's the 2d6 plus your strength plus my 4.
Oh, so then 14.
You got through the hit points of the glass anyway.
Okay. Hell yeah.
So yeah, so the glass completely shatters and the card then falls to just the flat surface of the sort of metal plate that connects the glass dome
hmm
to the body.
Is this thing still like moving?
Yeah, it's like it's not gone or anything. It's just you broke through the thing,
Okay.
the glass anyway. So
Okay.
you would still have to grab the actual card.
All right. Then I'm gonna do my best to stay where I'm at. I mean, unless I can use my something to grab it this turn.
You can make a roll to try to grab it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. What kind of roll?
It would be straight dexterity to
Okay.
try and snatch it.
Let's see. My dex is 2. Okay. 2 out of 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So you grab the card and you do have it in your hands. It does not change the landscape of the robot itself,
Uh-huh.
but you are holding the card now as we move down to the giant's turn.
hmm
It looks up at you specifically and is just going to try and make 2 wild punches at you.
Okay. So that's agility to dodge.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. 1, 2, 4, 4, 9. 5 out of 4 plus 2, so 7. 7 out of 4.
God bless.
I I feel godlike.
That 9-tail in you.
I got that 9-tailed blood.
I have rolled an 8.
Oh,
I rolled 3 6s, a 4, and an 11. 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes.
Honestly, fair. I needed to be humbled.
So that is going to be 2d6 plus 4.
Okay.
So 3, 4, 5 plus 4. So you take 9 points of damage
Okay.
as
Ouch.
it just clobbers you in the stomach.
Clobber in time.
It's going to make its second attack. That's a 4
To hit. Oh, right. I
to
have
hit,
dodge
yeah,
again.
versus your dodge.
I match it, unless. Oh, I beat it. 5 out of 4.
5. Okay, so the second one goes, and you just dodge out of the way of it,
Or
which
catch it.
ends the robot's turn, which also ends the round, which means I roll a die 4 time.
Mhm.
That's a 6.
Time dilation. See what I did there?
It essentially accounts for how much time has gone by since the last time, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so you're now at 11 minutes.
Whew. All right. All right.
Jesus.
back at the top and starting back at 0 again. Back up to Nine-Tailed Fox.
You do not have the buff anymore.
Got it.
Come on, Yankee. Let's bring her home and blow this popsicle stand.
All right, I'll do my best. I'm like holding my gut.
All right, that's my turn. I'm not going near that thing.
You're just staying there.
Yeah, trust me.
Okay.
I do not have it in me anymore.
Okay. So back to Yankee then.
All right, I want to just shoot out with the 2 cards that I have and
Mhm.
try and make it to the center and plug them in.
Okay. So it's going to use its reaction as you're trying to move out of its range.
Mhm.
Go ahead and make an agility roll with your speed and flight.
Okay. I don't have the buff anymore. 1, 2, 4. 1 plus my speed. 4 out of 4.
Okay.
4 to 4. Oh, I forget that it's just contested, so it doesn't matter out of how many.
4, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, it rolls 3. So as
Whoa.
it goes to try and grab you out of the air, it just crests under your foot as you just like break the sound barrier and rocket up out of its range. As it tries to run up chasing after you, it is not a particularly speedy creature. So you get up out of its range and use your movement now back on your turn to do as you will. You just, it's like free movement now. So you get up there. You just
Yeah.
try to put the cards in?
Yeah.
So you place your cards in. And as soon as the card is locked in, all 4 lights go green. You hear this immaculate humming sound as the force field simply stops. The robot shuts completely down. The card, or not the card, the marble, the Paragon marble is simply floating there, ready to be taken. The crowd is cheering. You start hearing, "Take it, grab it, grab it, grab it." And you realize the clock is still running.
Super
You
speed.
grab it and you hear that, "Arr!" And there's like this moment of stunned silence. And then the crowd just explodes in this uproar. You look up and you see the clock holographically projected in front of you, and it has stopped on like 11 minutes, 49 seconds. Which you know is faster than 32 minutes. Soldier
Nine-tailed fox.
runs out. Yeah.
She's full 3-tailed form jumps just directly on top of you, shaking, laughing.
I'll fly up and just fly, like do a victory lap around, showing the marble.
Amazing. So you fly around showing the marble. You see news coverage is already beginning to start. Soldier wastes no time. He runs straight out into the field, and like it's like resetting as well, back to sort of how it started. And Beacon goes, "An unbelievable display from Team Steel Soldier with our fastest time yet. I would ask Team Steel Soldier to please retire back to the waiting room. You are now free to watch our final team, as I would love you all to join me in welcoming Team Tabula Rasa." And they all begin to cheer. As you guys step in, Team Tabula Rasa is stepping out, and they're like,
I want to high five
Yeah.
them.
"What the hell happened out there? They're screaming." Oh, well, it is a stadium after all. We're just messing with you.
It'll be fun. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see you work.
Good luck.
As they wheel their motorcycles out, they begin to greet the crowd, and the door closes behind you. And Soldier immediately just like scoops the both of you up. It's like, "Yes!" That got a little dicey there for a minute when you kept trying to break the mechanism, but overall, I mean, that was unbelievable. I mean, that's like, you realize that's like top 5 record time. I'd have to go back
Wow.
and check the archives, but
That feels good. You know, on account of the mechanism, you gotta test the bounds, right? I mean, knowing what you're up against.
I didn't
Even if
train you
it
not to
stings.
try and break rules. No, I completely understand, and you were within your right. And you did it fast, right? If you weren't as fast and clever as you were, then it would have been a bigger problem than it was. But You got away with it. Got away clean. I mean, I'd dare that team to be half as fast as you were. All goes well. I mean, there's no way that you're going into the. Come on, popcorn. I promise.
That's right. Yeah.
Are the finals going to happen directly after this steal?
Well, however long this team takes, and then I understand there will be about a 30-minute intermission.
Do you want to maybe lend me some of your spirit force? And you see that Nine-Tailed Fox is fully crashed. She is pale and sweating.
Yeah, all right then. Come on.
How much life does he have? How much HP does he have?
A lot. More than we need to get into. He's
Okay.
the highest level character you can be in this game, so.
Then in that case, I'm gonna grab onto you, Yankee, and I'll heal us both back up to full.
Whoa.
You see this red glow come from both of her scars and her eyes as she takes the life, and then this golden glow as she gives you the healing force.
I sort of avert my eyes. I'm like, I'm always squeamish with this medical stuff, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Oh, that's much better.
Well, whether you win the next round or not, bare minimum, you're going to be getting a lot of attention for this. But we'll worry about that later. For the time being, I am, well, color me very impressed. So we have a brief popcorn window, and then we got to gather back here to get, directions for the next thing and all. Unless you want to watch, do you want to watch Tabula Rasa's bunch?
Might as well scope out the competition or the potential competition.
Yeah, I'll catch it. I want to stand in line for some sliders. Does anyone want any?
How you speak in my language.
I'm gonna try and not have an upset stomach. You have fun.
Oh, also, Beacon, are we okay to keep these?
Beacon is out with the people who are currently.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I thought I saw him when he was in here. Soldier, you know if we're allowed to?
Finders keepers.
Oh no, yeah, you have to hold on to that.
Oh, have to.
They said specifically, yeah, you keep that.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I was about to hand it to a kid.
Oh no, don't do that. I mean, no, that's awesome, but don't do that. Yeah. Sorry, that's my job to tell. I have to convey these things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got too excited there for a minute. Come on, all right, come on. Rest up. We'll get everything together, and then we'll reconvene for the next part. So you go to get your sliders, grab some popcorn, heal up a little bit, which is a nice little leg up that you have there, and you watch as Team Tabula Rasa does a commendable job. They go out there and they're just like yeehawing all over the place as they're cycling around. They're like doing motorcycle tricks. Partially, they're just like showing how cool their motorcycle tricks are, and they're like getting super excited. They really do move as a cohesive unit, but it does feel like they're like really trying to show themselves as much as they possibly can, right? And they finish up and they do everything very well. They do a particularly good job. They make up some time by how well they bring down the mechanized stone creature. There is a flaming chain involved at one point. They literally like tie this thing up and pull it apart. They like dismantle it completely and efficiently. But overall, they end up with a 36-minute time. And the crowd goes wild as the door opens up again, and all of you are ushered out as Beacon comes in and goes, come on.
All right.
We have to announce the next part. Are you ready?
Yep.
That was a truly amazing job. I knew it would be, but before we get back out there on camera again, I just wanted to let you know how pleased I am with that display.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Glad you like the show.
It's amazing, truly. And it's just the beginning. No matter how the rest of this thing turns out, I meant what I said before. I do believe that you are bright, promising young heroes with much to offer this world. Now, come on, before I get emotional. Beacon brings you back out, and you see that they leave everything like broken and crumbled because they don't need this configuration of stadium anymore. it begins to kind of clean itself up. And this is sort of happening in the background as they bring you over to a smaller, almost little outdoor TV studio that they make. There's like a tiny little set where Tiffany Nguyen comes back over and begins filming you guys as Beacon addresses the crowd and says, "First of all, I would like to offer a massive congratulations to all three of our teams. Though Team Tabula Rasa has been eliminated and will not be moving on to the final round, can we get a massive round of applause for an incredible performance?" And that indeed does happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, to the business at hand, the moment that you have all been waiting for, the main event. Team Steel Soldier versus Team Alpha Wave. And Alpha Wave is here with the team, and he is waving to the crowd as well. Alpha waving to the crowd. Team Steel Soldier. As the team with the fastest completion time, you will get to choose the arena for a head-to-head battle.
Whoa.
But it's not just any battle. We've asked that each team keeps a hold of their miniaturized Paragon. We are going to place 90 seconds on the clock. Whoever has both marbles when the clock runs out will be the winner of the Legends debut. Now, we have two distinctly different arena configurations for you to choose from. And it will be up to you to determine which one you would prefer to fight in. We will give you 5 minutes to confer among your team as you choose between scenario A and scenario B. As two massive holographic projections are projected from projectors within the stadium itself so that the whole crowd can see them and you hear like oohs and ahs, but you also get them sent to your device so you can look at them individually. And you see Arena A is like a straightforward Super Smash Brothers fighting arena. The ground will become purely water. It's just over a pool. And then there is a, I'm going to say a 15-foot upraised straight platform with nothing on it where you guys will just duke it out, trying to get control of the marbles. Arena B, on the other hand, there is no water involved. It is like a jungle gym sort of obstacle course. There is a central sort of fortress platform with ladders and bridges leading to smaller towers. There are climbing surfaces and ropes, all kinds of like jungle gym style stuff that you could hide in, climb on, more of an agility sort of build. So you guys now get to confer and choose which arena you are going to face off against Team Alpha Wave in.
Well, I reckon I'd do all right in both of these areas. Flying is a pretty handy tool.
I'm much better when I have things to clamber over. I'm just concerned about unwittingly giving them an advantage.
Well, what do you think they would have advantage on?
Well, the boy one, the younger one,
SIE?
he
Superconductor?
that was in character.
Got
He
it.
can she doesn't remember names. He seems to be able to, it is he, right? He and her?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Correct.
He seems to be able to turn himself electric and pass through things. So I don't know if like the jungle gym walls would be able to aid him in some way. Do you have any idea about the older one's powers?
Her name is Architect. Would I have any idea of her powers?
The Architect?
Yeah.
So the Architect's power is that she can create hard light constructs of pretty much anything she can imagine, but the catch is that she has to have a working understanding of the mechanisms of the things that she creates. So she can create simple constructs like a baseball bat, any like blunt, simple instrument with no moving parts. And that's perfectly good. But she can't just make like an engine block that works, or like, she can't make anything that she doesn't understand. However, you know for a fact that she is a brilliant machinist. She studies these things on purpose. So she knows a lot of intricate mechanisms that she can construct that will function just out of hard light.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And the jungle gym, there's like an outside area that's clear, but the inside is all intricate and weird and McDonald's play placey, right?
Yeah, there's not really an inside so much as there are like structures that you can climb on.
Got it.
Yeah, because it's still like a live event, so it's not like you can go inside. There's just a central structure that kind of looks like a little castle fortress that you can climb on top of. It has little barracks that you can duck under. It has bridges out on either side that lead to smaller ancillary towers with like stairs spiraling all the way down, that you can like climb up or down. There's also like kind of a diagonal facing like net situation leaning up against the central fortress area that you can climb up. Yeah.
My vote's going to be for the jungle gym then. I have a feeling that we can both leverage our strengths. You want to hold the marble, or do you want me to hold it?
I bet I could keep it out of their way for quite a while, but if you feel confident, then I'll hand it off.
No, I'll be on. I'll have the honor of trying to steal it from them.
As Kyle,
Mhm.
because Carmichael would never suggest such a thing. But I have an idea that's kind of nefarious, and I want to know if I'm allowed to metagame.
Okay.
Am I allowed to metagame right now? Like,
Well, I need to hear what you're proposing before I know if it's
well, I
metagaming.
mean, like, I just don't want to suggest it. If okay,
You can.
I'll just say it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I mean, the other team got a marble too.
Yeah.
That's not our marble. So if we can be friendly and get their marble and go out there with it and trick them.
Oh, you mean like have two marbles?
Exactly. Like,
Going in.
are the marbles distinct, or are they all the same?
They are all the same.
Oh, okay.
I will say they probably have considered this. As long as a team, the thing is, it wouldn't affect anything because at the end of the thing, somebody's going to have two, right?
Yeah.
And
exactly.
if you guys clearly didn't get a second one from them and they still have one.
No, that's not. I was suggesting that we trick them and we're like, we're gonna put this one down here, and then you put yours down somewhere, and whoever gets it gets it. You know what I mean? Or like flash it and make them think that Kit has it, but then they get it, and it's, oh, that was actually Tabula Rosa's marble.
That's funny. So it's not necessarily that you're trying to like cheat with the marbles at the end. You're just using it as like a deception tactic.
Yeah, like a 3-cup money. Like,
That's a funny thing. Yeah, I think you can use your own judgment
okay.
in terms of like within game, not only if your character would do that, but what the consequences are of doing that.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing that I won't stop you from trying to do.
Okay.
Ooh, I got something. Is there what do we all have on each other? Kit doesn't really have anything small and cylindrical. Does Steel Soldier have like ball bearings or something?
Yeah, probably.
All right. She's gonna grab a couple of them, hand them over to Yankee, and be like, "Listen, periodically throw this to me like it's the marble, and I'll throw it back, and then we'll try and act like we're just doing a bunch of flea flickers to each other when you have it all the time.
I like that.
So when they grab it, I can just smack them in the face and then grab theirs and then run."
I like it.
That sounds a little bit more like a Steel Soldier tactic to me.
We's be out here devious, fiending.
I know. I was like, if I was playing like a little trickster,
Mhm.
that's what I would do. But Carmichael is not such.
Well, have you decided
Jungle gym.
you're taking the jungle gym?
Yeah.
So that's option B. So you guys return back to the center of the stadium and get Beacon's attention. And he goes, he's kind of waving for the audience to sort of focus back in. Team Steel Soldier, have you come to a decision?
We have. We're going to choose Arena B.
Arena B, lovingly christened the Jungle Gym, will be the forum for the main event. Could I have both teams please join me? And you watch now, in that span of time that you guys were deliberating, the entire stadium has been cleared. And so this Jungle Gym area rises up from beneath the ground. This stadium is well known for being malleable. Everything it needs to configure itself into different environments, those mechanisms exist and can just slot away and move down like from this elaborate underground area that just moves with a system of pulleys and elevators and then brings up exactly what you need. And you see this Jungle Gym environment come alive before your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So, out of character, the way that this is going to work is the 90 seconds are going to be calculated by just a static time at the end of each round.
Mm-hmm.
So every round is going to be 10 seconds. I have a counter. So at the end of each round, I'm going to check off what round we're on. There are 9 total, one for every 10 seconds. And at the end of that 90 seconds, you want to have both marbles.
Mm-hmm.
There is no ring out situation, nothing like that. He's explaining all of this to the audience. And he says, the only rule is unnecessary lethal combat moves will be immediate grounds for disqualification. And we will keep our counsel on what constitutes such a move. As well, you are not permitted to swallow your marble.
I was literally about.
God. Me too.
Crazy.
I did say we couldn't put it up our butts.
Otherwise, we expect a clean match, and should the 90 seconds come up and no marbles have been exchanged, then we go into overtime. Team Soldier, are you ready?
Yes.
Team Alpha Wave, are you ready? And you see Alicia very clearly is taking point, and she holds hands with her brother as they both nod and smile. We're ready.
Oh, that's cute. We should have done that.
Can I have each team on either end of the arena, please? Soldier still fully eating popcorn, now on camera. He's waving at the camera. He looks at you guys and he goes, "You've got it." He just mouths that you've got it. You step to either side of the arena, staring each other down with all of this Jungle Gym equipment between you as you hear the countdown. In 3, 2, 1, begin! And I'm going to have everyone roll initiative. Okay, Nine-Tailed Fox.
23.
Jesus.
I'm fast.
And Yankee Doodle.
16.
Okay. Initiative has been set. Both teams on opposite sides of the arena. There is a pretty, it's a sizable arena, right? So it'll take some doing if you want to get all the way across to the other team. So strategize as you will, of course. Otherwise, at the very top of the initiative is once again the Nine-Tailed Fox.
I mean, was there ever any doubt? I will hold my turn for my boy to come up.
Okay. Well, he is next. So,
All right. Delta Charlie, 49er Niner, hike. And then I want to toss a little ball bearing under my legs to Kit right away, and then sort of like play defense. All the while, the real marble is just tucked away in my pocket.
cool. Let's see. So your goal is to have that be like a deception.
Yeah, I'll make that a deception, but also my main goal is to like hold an action as like a defensive stance.
Okay.
To sort of like, if anything comes after Kit, I want to be able to grab them and throw them away, to grapple, basically.
Cool. Okay, so you have a held action. I think it's safe to say a secondary action to toss the fake marble.
Okay.
The question is, do they believe you that Kit now has it? Let's do a contested willpower roll. We don't really have any social roles in this game in that way.
Is
but
it all
creating
of
a
us?
meaningful
Is it all of us?
Yeah. You can either both do it or one of you do it with full advantage.
Full advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just reroll both of those. So that's 2 out of 2 successes. Oh, no, 3 out of 2 successes. That's a 6.
Oh, I just remembered it was a contested roll.
Yeah.
So as we move down to Superconductor, he looks at both of you from a distance, smirks, and then uses his secondary action to go into his crackling electricity form, and then phases into the structure of the central fortress thing, out of your sight. Meanwhile, the architect stays completely where she is. And she is going to reach out with one hand, turn it upright, and then flick a finger straight forward. As Nine-Tailed Fox, you realize that underneath your feet is a platform made of white light
Oh.
that is going to attempt to fling you up off of your feet.
Well. Okay. All right. Agility roll?
Yep. Okay, what do you got?
4.
I roll a 3. So as this platform attempts to fling you up into the air, you simply hop off of the platform in time, and it just burns into nothing. And then you see that she's like, "Damn," and she snaps her fingers, and it dissipates completely. It just disappears out of existence.
Oh. That's weird.
She is then going to use her movement to run forward and duck from your field of vision completely behind one of the towers. And that's one round. Moving on to the second, back up to the top, Nine-Tailed Fox.
Well, I think that we're going to have to go and get him. And I'm not certain that they bought our bluff, but let's keep it going. You mind doing a little bit of roundabout so I can get at her?
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to team attack roundabout.
Mhm.
That involves him throwing the shit out of me.
So when
And
you're
then
right
me-
next to each other in initiative, there's no issue. You can just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he throws me way over there, and then I use my grappling hooks to redirect where I need to go.
Okay, so first we need to roll for the throw.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Okay, so average successes even out. So if
Okay.
you get an average success, then what is needed is, see, the way that this works, if you were to get outstanding, it would just automatically happen. If you get full, you would need an average or more. If you get average, you need like a dead half. Yeah. So yeah, it does average out. So yeah, you need an average success to do
Okay.
this.
Let's go agility. Woo, woo. Ooh. How many dice did I roll? Okay, I did roll. That's a 3 out of 6. What are my dice doing, man?
Dead average. So you do the throw, and Nine-Tailed Fox, you are able to, what is exactly that you're trying to pull off?
Zoom over there and get over to where she is right now, around the building.
Okay. So I think that is a fair goal to accomplish. Average success begets average success. For a movement-based tactic, you're able to get over there with both of your actions.
I'll just say, hey, seems like there's a party over here. And I'll just stance up in front of her for my next turn.
Okay. That brings us to Superconductor's turn. Superconductor is completely out of your field of vision. So I don't need to tell you what he does. We go down to the architect, who is now squared up in front of you. She smiles and she goes, "You are very confident." Though I knew that going in. She rears back and you see that she creates this huge white boxing glove, and she's going to attempt to just knock you in the face with it.
Give me a second to check which dice I'm going to use for this roll. Ooh, there we go. Oh, I didn't even roll enough dice. Oh, I'm stinky with it. 7 out of 6.
That's stinky for a dodge? Well,
Oh, stinky's good, baby.
she
Like
only
a good
rolled a
cheese.
1. So as she goes to knock you in the face with this boxing glove, how do you duck out of the way of it? Like, how does it miss you?
I think that she goes and it just fills her whole vision as it's extending, and then her face, Nine-Tailed Fox's face, just pops right in front of hers. And it's like, that seems like a lot of fun. And she's 3 tails out. She's having the time of her life.
So the boxing glove stays out. She's going to keep it up this time. But yeah, it fully misses you, and that's her turn. So we go all the way back up to Nine-Tailed Fox. You're right there. And we are on the second round.
All right. I'm going to do 18 points. So I am not good at math. 66, 56, I think, is how that works. 18 from 72 is 56, right?
18 from 72?
Yeah.
54?
54.
72 minus 18?
Yeah. Yeah.
62.
54.
Yeah, 54. Yeah.
54.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Holy shit.
Welcome to Math City, the show where math.
All right, and I'll add 1 to my dex and then 2 to my will. And
Okay.
I'm going to try and hit her.
Okay, what is it? What kind of action is it to use your power like that, though? Does it not take your action to
It's a bonus action for me to boost my own stat.
do yourself, but it's
Yeah.
an action to do other people?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just like in real life, am I right?
Yeah, I
What-
remember working that out now.
What do I use to hit, actually? That's the one thing we never worked out
To hit with what?
with my power, with my life steal.
I think it's a willpower attack.
Oh,
I mean,
Oh.
do you have to physically connect?
yeah.
Oh, then it's dexterity or strength.
Dexterity. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Hit him with my dex. That is a 4.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I forgot the power die. 5.
Okay, that is 0 successes. On 0 successes, that is a critical failure on her part, which means that she doesn't make a willpower save against the lifesteal. It just happens.
I thought it always happened against. Oh, never mind. What? Yeah, I thought it always just went through. Like, you just needed to dodge the thingamajig. We'll talk about it when it happens.
Okay, I was under the impression that there was a like a free willpower save that has to happen.
I think that was me, like, in the early stages of just spitballing it, but then I decided it's hard enough to hit people.
Yeah. On 0, yeah, I mean, if she dodges out of the way and it doesn't happen, and then if it connects. Well, let's roll it and see what happens. I think we can tentatively, let's, for now, continue to work with the idea that it does just happen.
Maybe she could save for half.
Yeah, she can maybe save for, I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's see what it does.
Well, that's 16 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I heal 16. So maybe, like, we'll keep thinking about it. Because, all right.
Okay, so 16 off of her. What does it look like?
Basically, for the third tail, she just kind of like boops her nose, and you just see this faint shimmer of golden energy just come from her and just whoop into Nine-Tailed Fox. And like, there's no real physical damage or anything, but she just looks physically more tired.
That's so scary.
She's a monster.
Yep. So then back down to Yankee Doodle.
Now, what is the ground?
The ground is now sand.
Sand. Okay. Notoriously non-conductive. I just want to make sure I'm really grounded. So I want to like shuffle and get all the static electricity out of myself into the sand. I think that's how that works.
There's sand, and then there's like underneath, around each of the actual structures is some like turf,
Okay.
like you would find on a playground. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that the static out of me is gone. And I also want to just really perceive, is there a way that that superconductor could have taken the marble with him when he turned electric?
Well, you know that when he turns electric, his clothes go with him.
Right, but that's not like a special suit thing. That's like anything he's holding as well.
It would seem that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you would definitely have grounds to at least assume that, based on the fact that, like, well, how is a marble any different than like the button on his shirt, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, so it would make the most sense for him to have the marble in my head. So I'm going to try and lure him out some way. What are the like rungs of the jungle gym made out of? Are they metal?
Yeah.
All right. I want to just break one off. Or like two of them. I want to break 2 rungs off and just start sort of like rubbing them together and try and make like tuning forks, basically.
Okay, what is the explicit goal?
Like a prong to like, I want to catch him. I don't know if I can like catch the electricity. Like, I want to conduct him.
Interesting. What would that be? That feels like you're trying to do impromptu gadgetry, almost like an intelligence roll.
Okay. Okay. Is it like a strength to break these things off? Because what I really want to do is like file them down so that it's like a tube that goes into like a small antenna, because that's gonna like catch it better.
Okay, so you can make a strength check as an action to break them off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we argue and say that it's a survival skill from a Boy Scout?
For building a tuning fork?
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a stretch. I don't know if you learned tuning fork building in the
Fair.
Boy Scouts.
Fair.
To catch an electric ghost.
Okay. That is only 2 out of 4 successes.
Okay, so 2 out of 4 successes, middling. It consumes your action to break them off. You can do that because proportionally you're strong enough to.
Okay.
You would have to use the rest of your turn to do your whittling attempt.
I'll do that.
Cool. So then if you just let that consume your turn, then you could just do that.
At the very least, I've got some cool Eskrima sticks.
That's true. Which now makes it Superconductor's turn. Superconductor is going to emerge out from the unseen position that is inside the jungle gym and just take an electric punch straight up into your jaw.
Who's mine?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was expecting him to be a bit more zappy.
Learning about the power.
Is that an agility?
Yeah, it's a dodge. You're just
Okay.
trying to dodge out of the way of getting punched.
Ooh, I'm good at that. 4.
Okay, so that's a 5.
Oof.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rolling 2 d12s, but both of them failures, so it's only 1d6 for each, so it's 2d6. So you take 11 points of damage as the blow connects, but it's not that strong of a punch. He only connects as much as he needs to then surge energy into you. So it's really more like getting shocked.
Okay. Oh, my feelings.
You said you have the marble like tucked away in a pocket or something? Okay. So then that is going to be the end of his turn. As we move down to the architect, who is still locked in combat with with Nine-Tailed Fox, she's just going to try to make another attack with the boxing glove.
Oh boy.
And now that it's already been created, she can actually do 2 attacks because she has 2d12 in that power. These are people who have one superpower that they've spec'd into only.
Can't relate.
Me neither.
3 power head ass.
Man, for whatever reason, she is rolling terribly every time. So that's a 0 on the first one. As it just whooshes past you, you just
All right,
dodge out of the way.
That was a 4.
Second one.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a bit better. That's a 5.
Oh, I also got a 5. Fuck.
Yeah, so she just barely, like, you dodge out of the way, but you notice that she is now tracing you with her eyes. As she moves the glove, it moves with you and just clocks you in the side, almost like a slap. Successes on both power die. Makes it 46.
What the fuck?
So you take 17 points of damage.
Oof.
Plus 3 for her intelligence. So it's an even 20. As she says, I'm sorry, what was that? Were you saying something? And we move back up to the top for your turn to start out round 3.
We're gonna start having some fun, and she'll seven tails out, and she's just throwing another punch. No more strategy. They're just gonna slug each other out. Ooh. Okay. She really shouldn't have talked that hot shit. What is the?
You started it.
What do you need for a success on the power die?
7.
7. Okay, Pete. Okay. 6 out of 4. 7 out of 4.
Outstanding success. She rolls 0 again. Her agility is not amazing. She is not a dodger.
All right.
She hits hard. She can't dodge very well.
So, I can't do math. 14 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And as a bonus action, can I try and see, like, willpower, look her over, see if she has the marble on her?
Just a basic perception?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing it as a secondary action, it's going to be more cursory, so the margin of success is higher.
Got it.
Yeah, you're going to need a full success.
Nope. 1 out of 3.
Yeah, you can't tell.
Then she'll just look back and say, you know, you can quit any time.
I'll keep that in mind, she says, rearing up. As we move down to Yankee Doodle once again.
Now, just tonal wise, is it insane if I hit this guy with a metal pole? Like, is that shocking to the world?
No. I mean,
Okay.
there are people who fight with eskrima sticks. Tonatrus does.
Yeah, I just don't want it to look brutal, because Yankee wouldn't do something if it was like excessive force. You know what I mean?
The thing is that you've known that these were going to be your opponents for like a week.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea that like you understand at least somewhat, you've watched footage of them training.
Mm-hmm.
This guy in his electric form can take a hit from a metal pipe. No one's going to bat an eye about that.
Okay.
If anything, the idea of a life draining ability is way more horrifying than hitting somebody with a stick, right? Like, I mean, think of it this way: the Arbiters, who are the most famous heroes to come out of the Legends Institute, who are in fact probably in the audience right now.
Mm-hmm.
One of their most important members, who is like beloved by the world, carries a literal sword.
Okay. Okay.
You're good.
Okay. In that
Yeah.
case, I'm gonna swing a pipe at this guy.
Yes.
And is he in his electric form?
Yes.
Okay. Does that change anything for me?
Nope. It just modifies his dodge.
Okay. Woo! 4 out of 4. So 4.
Wow, that's a 6.
Whoa.
So you go to swing the pipe at him, and he fully essentially expands the static of his body so that it passes through him.
Okay. Do I get a second attack?
How many d12s do you have in your strength power?
Oh, I've got 1.
So yeah, in general, the way to determine whether you have an extra attack or not is how many d12s you have in that power.
Gotcha.
So if you have 1d12 in strength, then you generally get 1 attack. You can do an offhand if you have a free hand,
Okay.
and you roll it like normal. You just don't add modifiers to the damage.
Okay. I won't do that. Can I still fly? Like I still have movement.
Yeah, you can just fly as your movement.
Okay. And he didn't take the marble from me last turn.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna fly off.
Okay.
Straight up. And watching him train, do I know that he can also fly around?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will say there are still opportunity attacks in this game. So trying to move out of his melee range, he gets to decide if he wants to use his reaction for the round to try and grab you.
Okay.
And I think he would. I think he would try it. So he is going to try to
in that case,
essentially grab onto your leg.
Can I freehand like pick up sand and throw it at him? Like
yeah. As your secondary action, go ahead and make a dexterity check to try and throw sand.
Okay.
Pocket sand.
2 out of 2.
So 3. Yeah, that's a 3. So the sand sort of scatters across the electricity and just sort of gets absorbed into it and then shoots off. So he's a grab is not, he knows that a grab is not a smart play because you are strong. You'll break out of that in 2 seconds. So I think he's just going for straight damage.
Okay.
He's just going to try to grab and pulse electricity through you.
Okay. So it's still a dodge.
Yeah.
2, 3. Do I add super speed and flight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Then that is 5.
Okay, that is only a 3. So he uses up his reaction, tries to go for a grab, and you are way faster than this guy. Yeah.
Heck yeah. And I'll just fly up as high as I can.
Nice. As high as you can. Yeah, you can fly up pretty high. You can get to the topmost sort of level of this if you want to, overlooking the entire crowd as they're cheering.
Okay.
That now makes it Superconductor's turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he looks up at you, looks back at his sister, realizes that you're kind of off the map here now. I mean, you're not off the map, but you're like farther away. So there's an opportunity. And he's going to turn, fly back over to Nine-Tailed Fox, and kind of flank you.
Oh boy. They've got us surrounded. The poor bastards.
I gotta figure out who has the marble.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna knock her out and then search her.
See, that's like I just feel like I don't know what clever thing to do here. I think I just got to punch.
Okay, so that is only a 3 to try and hit you.
Oh, he was trying to hit me.
Yeah. He decided, like, okay, I'm just gonna flank your friend then.
I rolled a 3 as well.
So it still hits.
Yeah.
Failure on both power die, so that makes it 2d6 total. 6, 4, and plus 4. So you take 14 points of electricity damage. Damage d'électricité.
And I'm back down to 50. I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. Well, the more the merrier.
Yeah, he's trying something, so he's gonna go for the second one as well.
Oh.
Which is a 4.
No. 6. No.
Okay. So
No.
the first one sort of catches you off guard, right? And like palm to the center of your back and just shocks up your spine. How do you dodge out of the way the second one?
For that one, I think she just kind of like V steps underneath it and just puts up her guard, and just two of them in a triangle. It's like, all right, let's have some fun then.
Solid. With his remaining secondary action, he's simply going to say, "Oh, she doesn't have it, by the way."
I'm still gonna knock her out.
Which now makes it the architect's turn. She goes, good to know. She turns over her shoulder and looks up to the top, up over to where Yankee Doodle is. The boxing glove disappears, and she is going to use her entire action to attempt to construct a cage around you. So you can roll a dodge check with your powers
Okay.
to try and avoid this.
Because you fast and you flying.
Only 4.
I get a 5.
Thanks. All right, I'm in a cage.
So with her entire turn, you see that she points up at you and begins to move her hand almost like a painter would. And in an instant, a circular barred cage forms completely around you, Yankee Doodle.
Okay.
And you're like up against it.
Clever.
But that's all she can do on her turn, so she's done. Which brings us to round 4 out of 9.
Mm-hmm.
Back up to Nine-Tailed Fox.
All right. Ooh. Ugh, she's gonna try and hit Architect again.
Mhm.
Just once she does that, she'll just stand in front of her and be like, "Took your eye off the real target." 4.
1.
Yeah. Oh, that one wasn't as good. Okay. 11 points of damage.
Okay. She's definitely hurt.
I should hope so.
When she takes damage and she is actively concentrating on a more complicated construct, she has to roll a concentration check to try and maintain the construct.
I'll get you out of there, baby boo.
Okay, so she rolls a 4 out of 4, full success. She only needs average or more to maintain, so she keeps it up.
Maybe not this round, but I'll get you out of there.
I've got an idea.
So, Yankee Doodle, here you are in a cage.
I want to yell, "Kit, lie down!" And can she use her reaction to like?
Yeah,
lie
you can
down?
use a reaction to lay down.
Okay. Yeah, I just want Kit to be flat, and I want to yell that like as near last minute as I can, as I come around, and I want to try and hit both of them with my caged form, both Superconductor and Architect, just boom, like a bowling ball.
So you want to push the cage. You want to like build momentum
yeah.
and move the cage.
Yeah. if I
Okay.
can.
Okay. So then it's your strength versus her willpower.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Your physical strength versus her mental fortitude to keep it in place. That's tasty. I like that.
Do I add my super strength?
Yeah.
Do I add
Very
flying?
much so. And your flight, yeah.
Okay.
Because you're using flight as like momentum, so.
That is 6.
That's only 3.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you push against this cage, and it is literally mind versus body in this moment, and you tense yourself, and body wins. And you see her like a sweat down her brow. She's like, "Argh," as though she's physically straining. And she actually is like kind of pushed back, but you manage to push yourself, propelled within this cage for this attack. Yeah.
Heck yeah. And so, yeah, I want to try and just bowl both her and Superconductor down since they were in a line surrounding
That's true, they are.
Kit.
Okay, very interesting. So then, on a scale of success, was that a full success or an outstanding success that you
It was
just
an
rolled?
outstanding.
It was an outstanding. So I will let this snowball then as an outstanding success.
Cool.
The benefit is that you can make another strength check as the attack for this. That is
Okay.
unhindered by anything else.
Okay, doke.
Yep.
One,
It's a benefit to
two,
you. You have a
3,
bigger
4.
form. This is turning
5.
into an advantage.
5.
5. Okay. So individual dodge checks from both of them.
Welcome to. My plan was calculated, but boy, am I bad at math.
Okay. Nothing for architect. Gets this. Okay. So 0 successes for architect, who
Whoa.
on top of taking damage will also get knocked over.
Heck yeah.
And 4 successes for superconductor, which you said 5, right?
Yeah, still hits.
So he doesn't get knocked over because that was a critical failure situation
Okay.
on his sister, but he's going to take the full damage.
Perfect.
So go ahead and based on what you rolled on the power die, was it a success or failure on the power die?
They were both successes.
Oh, they were both successes. Okay. So using the flight for damage too. Yeah, I mean, if you roll both of them and it's an attack, then they're both going to apply. So it's 46.
Okay.
46 plus your strength to both of them.
Oops. And so I just add these numbers up.
Yeah, you just roll 4d6 and then add your strength score.
So 16.
16 points of damage.
Architect needs to make her concentration check again,
Yes, she
right?
does. Yes, she does. Okay, that's the first damage superconductor has taken, but architect looks really bad, and you see when she gets knocked completely over, superconductor immediately is like he is affected by that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she is now prone, which means that the next attack against her will be at half advantage.
Okay.
And she looks
Finish her.
very hurt. So it is now superconductor's turn. He is going to attempt to possess you, Yankee Doodle. He is going to fly straight at your body. So what you need to do now is make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Okay.
Come on, you're a hardy
whoa.
boy. You ate your vegetables.
Oh my god, I am a hardy boy. That's 4 out of 3.
Ooh.
There's a 12 involved. How many did you say? I got 5.
4.
Oh, 4. It's always one more. Oh. I hope the audience believes me. So,
all right.
with a 12, that one crits, so that becomes 4d6.
Mhm.
And then the other one is a success, gets 2. This is kind of his deadliest move.
Mm-hmm.
So this one's going to hurt a little bit on that crit.
How do you crit?
You roll a 12 on a power die.
Oh, okay.
And it just doubles the d6s that allows you. So that gives you 4d6.
Gotcha.
For that,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, that averages out a little bit. It's not as bad as it could have been. 10. So you take 23 points of damage.
Youch! I'm at 26.
You feel like you can see Ninetails, like he fully is silhouetted, like the outline of his form is sort of superimposed over Yankee Doodle's and then compresses, and then you see all of the hairs on Yankee Doodle's body stand on end as he's just like in place. So because that was a hit, I'm going to need you to make either a dexterity or agility check
Okay.
to not drop the marble.
Okay. 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Okay, so you do not drop the marble.
Okay.
It stays in your pocket. But for the time being, you will need to, as long as he remains possessing your body, you will need to spend an action to try and purge him out of your system.
Okay. I'll be all right. Finish her.
We now move down to the architect, who is on the ground and very hurt. She is going to roll to the side, push herself back up onto her feet. And she is going to try to create a new construct. Let's see if she does it before I explain what it is. So she is really, really hurting, and she fully fails to make this construct. You see that she reaches out with all 5 fingers, and the cage completely disappears, but you see tendrils of white light trying to emerge from her fingertips, and then she struggles to hold her arm up as she staggers. They just go limp like noodles and fall and dissipate. So that is her entire turn. She is going to use her secondary action to just try and scan, just try and look at your body and see if she can see where the marble is. Because it's a secondary action, she needs a full success in order to determine that. Her willpower is pretty good, so she has a chance. Well, now she rolls like that. That's 1 out of 3. So she's looking, and her eyes are like, she's trying to kind of keep them up, but she's like beat up at this moment. So her turn really yields nothing. And that takes us to the top of round 5. Back up to Nine-Tailed Fox.
All right, let's hope she doesn't dodge this, because I want her to be done. Ooh, 3. No love on the power.
3.
No love.
That's 2.
All right. So that's 1d6 because I didn't get a power die, right?
The power die was a failure?
Yeah.
Then yeah, 1d6.
1d6. And I don't get any life steal from this one. So that is... Oh, that doesn't matter. It was actually 4, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. 7.
7. So how do you knock her out?
I think that she tries to create the tendrils of light, and as her vision's kind of going in and out, she just sees this wicked smiling face and these red glowing eyes as Nine-Tailed Fox just comes and punches her in the face.
Yeah, and the moment goes slow motion as that white light, the last remaining bits on her fingertips, go dull, and she's and clatters down against the turf because she's next to one of those towers.
Ninetails Fox is gonna grab her before she falls and is like, "You sure you don't wanna give up? Nothing wrong with it." To her brother.
Okay.
Whoa.
This is an interesting moment because the crowd can react to that. And I think you hear. Actually, make a willpower check and we'll determine if the crowd is interested, if they think this is funny, like if they take this jokingly, or if this is kind of insulting.
Hey, I'm ready for the booze.
Willpower. That is a 3 out of 3.
Okay, full success. They're kind of stunned for a second, but some animal brain instinct kicks in, and the crowd, like enough people in the crowd, start going, "Yeah!" because they weren't expecting somebody to get fully knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That could have gone bad.
Nine-tailed Fox is looking around like, not the reaction I was expecting, but okay. Pop off.
Oh man, okay. Is that your turn?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Yankee Doodle.
All right, I gotta try and break this thing.
Yeah.
So a con save?
Yep.
Okay. 3 out of 3.
Okay. So 3 out of 3 will do it. That's a full
Okay.
success. Yeah. So on a full success, every consecutive possession, it's kind of like how Haremon stuff works, where you have a better chance of breaking out of it so that it's not like a broken stun lock situation.
Mm-hmm.
So the scale is against your own scale of success.
Okay.
So
cool.
a full success is good. You're out of it. So you how does that look actually? You describe it.
I just want to like I want to drop to the ground and roll around in the sand to try and ground myself again.
Mhm.
Like, all right, get off me. That tingles everywhere.
And he is like ejected out. And his lightning form is sort of hanging around there. You still have movement and a secondary action.
I want to like speedily like hover across the ground. I want like sand to like spread out from my trail. And I just want to like pick up Architect and carry her to somewhere that's like safe. Just lay her down gently and then sort of like respectfully search her for the marble.
Okay. Let me think. Picking somebody up and flying her over to a safe place is one action, and searching is another. So let's do the snowballing action situation because it's a
Okay.
secondary. Let's see how good you can roll on your pickup and carry.
Okay.
Which should be pretty good.
Yeah.
You can add your strength and speed, or your flight and speed rather.
Okay.
Light and strength.
And then I just want to do this in such a way where it looks where Asai knows like it's all good. We're all friends. Like I just want her safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 4.
5 out of 4. Okay, outstanding. So you can still do a search on this turn then.
Okay. And then what is that? Willpower, intelligence?
Willpower if you're just looking, and intelligence if you're actually like searching.
I'll search. Ah, that's a fail. I get 1 dice for intelligence.
You don't find anything. You're not
Okay.
entirely sure if that means that it's not there,
Mm-hmm.
but you definitely don't find anything.
Otherwise, I'll like smooth her hair, make sure she's like almost like she's dead. Like I'm like, all right.
You hear like,
you're good.
"Ah," in the crowd.
You're all tucked in. You're good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's my
That
turn.
brings us to Superconductor, who sees this happen, looks back at. Are you in striking distance? I think he left striking distance with you to go possess Yankee Doodle. So I don't think it's an opportunity attack thing. I think he sees what you're doing and is kind of moved by it, but he's still in this to win, and he goes where she goes. So he is going to come after you, and I think he's first going to see if he can spot where the marble is on you.
Mhm.
he's like been there searching, but he didn't get a good chance to really
Mhm.
look. So that didn't help him that much, as it turned out, other than to just damage you.
Mhm.
And depending on how well he does, that will determine if it costs his action or his secondary. Oh wait, that has to be this. Yeah. No, that's 0. So on 0 successes, he flies over to you and is looking, but he's like moving faster than he can keep up with like his own vision.
Mhm.
So he just zooms over, gets up to you, and is like, and then realizes that there's not enough time before somebody else moves. Architect doesn't get a turn; she's unconscious. So
Doesn't she need to make death saves? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
I
Just
would
kidding.
if this were a real battle, but if you
Gut
didn't,
her?
yeah.
I fucking stole her life essence. She's dead on the spot.
Although the mechanic of getting back up could still happen.
What? That's a mechanic?
Well, rolling a crit, like if you get an outstanding, you can come up with one.
I mean, that's true, but I don't want to stomp her out on live television.
Yeah.
Absolutely spawn killing her.
I was happy to
Yeah.
just let her be unconscious, but
Yeah.
yeah. So we which brings us to round 6.
All right. Her target has changed to Casper, the friendly ghost.
Mhm.
She's
At least
gonna
you
roll up
called
and
that.
try and hit him.
Cool.
Ooh, kind of stinky. Oh, not that bad. So that's a 4.
Literally a 5.
Fucking
It's
god.
always by 1.
He's good. This guy's
I'm the
good.
one who needs a camera on my dice.
Mhm.
Then she'll um she'll then say lowly, you know, it's good optics if you bow out. Save your sister some time.
Sometime.
I don't think you're in a position to be talking about optics. And he is clear, like the crowd's reaction, he does not share. He is very mad at you.
Maybe he'll try and hit me instead of you. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Yankee Doodle.
So when he's in this electric form, is he material? Can I grab him? Can I what like
He is material. He's solid. He can be grabbed. He can be hit. But
Okay.
I get to add his d12s for his electric form on dodge checks.
Okay.
And if he succeeds, that is to say rolls better than you, then I can say that the way that he dodged was becoming immaterial for that attack.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so he's just good at slipping out.
Yeah.
But I can still grab him.
Yeah. He can be solid. You can grab him.
Okay.
Assuming you roll good enough.
Okay. I'm gonna do that then, because that's my best asset.
Okay.
So I'm gonna fly at him and just try and give him a big hug. Two, three, four, 5, 6. So that's 6.
Yep. That's only 3.
Okay. Yeah. Try and grab him. That's action?
Yeah. So if that's a grapple,
Yeah.
then you have him grabbed now.
All right. I just want to say to him, it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games, but I do need that marble. So if you wanna hand that over or tell me where it is.
He doesn't say anything.
Okay. I'm gonna fly up into the sky as high as I can. No, because then Kit can't do anything.
I was like, weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll stay low. I'll just hold him and sort of let Kit have a shot.
Then on his turn, he's not going to try to break out. You are already making contact.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to auto pump electric damage into you.
Okay. No
So
con
he's
save?
just no contact. Well, you can roll a con check to see if you can mitigate it by half.
Okay.
Yeah. But
That's-
if you're already making contact with him, then
Okay.
he just surges it out.
I got a total success, unless it's like a contested.
Full success? Okay, cool. So you are gonna take half of whatever I roll.
That's good.
Okay, so that's only because it's a reactionary one, he doesn't get to add modifiers. So that's 7 points of damage of electricity.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm at 19.
Ooh.
And he is once again just gonna attempt to he's gonna like blindly try to grab.
Okay.
We'll do a dexterity at full disadvantage. Yeah, nothing. He's just scrambling, just sort of patting at random places on your body.
Watch those hands, brother. Watch those hands.
It's not over yet. But the round is. So, as
Okay.
is his turn. So, we move back up to the top. Round 7 out of 9.
Okay.
All right. I'll walk up to you, give you a nice slap on the ass, and heal you 20 points.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Thank you.
And then I'm going to try and just kind of feel him up and see where that damn marble is.
Okay. So, go ahead and make a. That's an intelligence check. Yeah, investigation.
Oh, I was just gonna grab at him. Oh, it's fine.
Well, because what do you mean? You're just gonna grab at him? You're
Like,
trying
just
to
kind of fish through pockets just to.
Yeah,
what
I
he was
mean, he's held, so you get full advantage.
Oh, word.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's still investigation, which is intelligence.
okay. Okay, 1 out of 1.
1 out of 1. You reach through and you realize that underneath the sort of static form, that's what the mechanic is. It's not that everything absorbs into the electric form. It's the electric form completely covers but doesn't destroy what he's wearing. So the pockets are still underneath. You just can't see them. And you feel around and you find the marble.
Oh,
Nice.
I got it. Let's go. She'll just use her movement to run away.
Yeah, and he can't reaction do anything because he's held.
Oh, get out of Dodge.
Yankee Doodle, you're still holding him.
Might as well keep trying to hold him until this is over.
Okay. So you just want to use your turn to
Reestablish my
you
hold.
can either so you can either maintain your hold,
Mhm.
that is to say use the same roll from last time, and when we get to his turn, that's what he's rolling against to try and break out of it, or you can
Okay.
use your turn to try and roll a new one to see if you can do better, but you could also do worse.
I'm gonna keep the 6. That's a great
6
roll.
is pretty good. Okay, so you're just gonna like maintain your action, keep your posture there.
Yeah.
His turn to break out of it. I mean, he's in his electric form, so theoretically he could phase out, but not necessarily. So he has to actively try to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So he still has to roll for it, which is agility with electric form. Actually, he has to push his way out because you're actively using your strength. He's not going to weasel his way out. So you're forcing him to use strength in this moment.
Cool.
So strength with his power die. And he's not very strong. Okay, that's only 2. So the round is eaten up by him attempting to get free, which brings us back to the top. That was this is round 8 now.
Okay.
I'm gonna run back and say, "Hey, which pocket is it in?"
Right.
Grab. So I have both the marbles.
Mhm.
That's like a bonus action, right?
Mhm.
I have my action.
If you're just taking it from your friend, it's a free action.
Oh, cool. So I have my bonus action and my action. Shit, what could I do with those? I guess I'm just gonna try and hit him and knock him out, I guess. Fuck it, I'll kick a man when he's down.
As you go to do that, you see him still squirming, and he goes, Okay, I can see. I'm out.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
All right, pal. Does that count? Are we good?
He just stops and lets the clock run out. As the final seconds count down, you hear Beacon, 3, 2, 1, and then just an eruption of sound. The crowd, the bell, all of it going off at once. Instead of confetti, you see a bunch of people have these sort of futuristic fireworks that aren't actually fireworks. We've seen them before on the Moonlight side, where they're actually like a jelly ball with this swirling different colored smoke inside, and when you crush it in your hand, a chemical reaction takes place, and you throw it, and it makes like a colored biodegradable smoke bomb.
We
So a bunch of these get thrown up into the air as a rainbow just lights up the sky from all of these makeshift fireworks. And you let go. Superconductor moves out of the way. You see Alpha Wave fly in. He looks like you can tell that he's not pleased, but he's being gracious about it, and he's waving. He picks up his students. You see, like, there's a healer, a dedicated healer comes in,
okay.
and sort of brings the architect back up, and she gets up, and she's immediately like, and she waves to everybody. Steel Soldier is fully like, yes! Like pumping his fist in the air.
Nine-tailed fox immediately transforms into her like second tail form and runs over to those two and is like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. They were very, very mean to you. They got a little out of hand. I'm sorry.
And they look at each other, and you see, I think as the dedicated strategist, the architect understands a little bit more about how your power works, as much as anybody can, really. I mean, nobody really understands how your power works. But she goes, hey, it's all in the spirit of the game, and you earned this. I mean, those were smart plays. And SAE goes, hey, you didn't see what she did. She goes, I don't need to see it, all right? They won, and they did a good job. As far as I'm concerned, we're cool. Just invite me to the after party, I guess.
Okay.
And she goes to shake your hand.
Yeah. And she'll also heal her up 12 points because she still feels bad.
Oh, thanks for that. The healer who's like dedicated here is like, okay. She goes, listen, before the cameras come over here and they start doing all these interviews and shit, just know, like, if you want to hang out, talk about anything, really. I know you kind of isolate sometimes, and you see that she's trying to talk fast as Tiffany Wen is like running up to you guys with the camera. Beacon is barely trying to hold her off. She's like, I don't really care what anybody else says about you. This is how you earn respect with me.
Sure, I'll definitely think about it. Well, bye. And she'll run back over to her people.
You do so, and they all converge. Steel Soldier steals a moment with you and and is like, that is what I'm talking about. I don't want to say that I'm surprised, but some of the moves that you pulled, I mean, I wouldn't have thought of that.
You're so cool, Yankee. The whole cage thing and telling me to duck in time.
That cage thing was unbelievable.
I thank you. All right. Well, you got to work with what you're handed, and she handed me some pretty interesting, complex situations, and I look to super or architect.
Yeah. I mean, that's a damn tricky power. I should probably go offer my congratulations to them and to Alpha Wave as well. They did do a wonderful job. I mean, that was a good match. Truly one of the best I've seen. I am biased, I will admit that. But truly, good job. All right? Whatever you want for dinner, we'll make it happen.
Thank you, sir.
As Tiffany Wen does finally arrive, goes to interview the two of you, the echo of sound fading in and out of the crowd trying to listen to you, the cameras, your interviews become kind of a blur as you start doing play-by-plays and talking, and we can revisit this later on if you want to see like kind of what you, or workshop like what you say in your interviews. I don't want to make you do it all now, like on the spot. So you guys are free to come up with that before now and then. But I really like the idea that we see just a series of page turns and panels of you guys with speech bubbles all around you, of people talking at you, giving congratulations, as it all just sort of meshes together, and the text in the bubble is indefinable to the reader, as it is in your minds, as it unscrambles and leaves your brain the second you hear it, right? Finally, the hype dies down, and you get your congratulations from Beacon and from the headmaster as well. And as you start funneling your way out of the stadium, the interviews are over, you hear someone behind you trying to catch your attention. Excuse me. Can I have a word? I don't want to take up too much of your time, but...
Well, no, sure. That's what we're here for, so...
You turn, and you see a man has stepped down from one of the VIP boxes. He's actually making his way down the stands and is calling after you as you're walking kind of next to the bottommost row. And he hurries up his pace as he steps up to you, and you see a man who at first you would think was a younger man, but as you look closer, he has a sort of regal demeanor to him. Clearly he's got some kind of next level skincare routine, because it has this very like statuesque appearance to him. He has this close cropped angular beard with shoulder length hair that sort of shines in the sun, that's slicked back behind his ears, very strong nose and square jaw. He's wearing an outfit that is sort of a futuristic nobility in a way. He has this gold and white suit that cinches sort of in a flap over one side in a way, and then drapes over with a half cape sealed with a gold emblem with an image of a crown inscribed on it. And you immediately recognize the face of Chance Vane. Chance Vane, who is a very well-known, incredibly rich business tycoon who has his fingers in just about every industry in the city. What you also know is that in the hero community, he's kind of a controversial figure, because Tonitrus has been trying to prove for the last 20 years that this guy is crooked. A lot of Moonlight heroes, particularly the older members of Nova, have made so many public statements to the effect of, Chance Vane is not invited to any of our events. We do not condone what he does. We do not believe that he is a good man. We have not been able to prove it. It's something that they get some heat from the public sometimes, because they really haven't been able to prove it. Yet here he is in the audience, offering his congratulations. And as you turn to look at him, your eyes do linger on that clasp because that image of the crown is pretty fresh in your mind. And he smiles at you. He says, "Forgive me, I don't mean to keep you. I'm sure you have much celebration to do. I just have to commend you for a job incredibly well done. I have scarcely seen a match like that in my entire life. I would love to discuss it more with your team. Of course, Steel Soldier, you're invited as well." And you see that as he clocked this, and he walks up and he goes, "Mr. Vane, we really should be going, but thank you for coming by." And he goes, "Anytime, of course." And he looks to you guys. Steel Soldier's trying to get in your way, but if you want to say something to him, you can.
I keep quiet.
Steel Soldier has talked to Ninetail about Chance Vane before, right?
Oh yeah, he and Tonatrus have worked together trying to bring this guy down a lot. And you can kind of see it on Soldier's face as well, like, oh no, this is not good.
Then in just the camera pans around her, and where there was one, for the first time, Yankee, you see 8 tails, and Nine-tailed fox in her 8-tailed form stands regally, and will just say, "Thank you for your congratulations, but they're unnecessary."
Well, kindness is rarely necessary, though I'd argue that's what makes it real. So, my congratulations again for taking the crown. I sincerely hope you can keep it. And he gives you a bow straight out of a fantasy novel of old, sweeps his cape back, nods to you with a smile, betraying nothing, and turns to leave. Soldier watches him go and will not turn his back until Chance Vane is completely gone. And finally, when he is, you hear the exhale.
First Baker, now Chance Vane. My, we are popular this year.
Well, my petition to keep him out of the audience this year apparently went unheard. Maybe we're keeping up appearances. Either way, let's get out of here. I'm not interested in this ruining the mood.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm planning to prepare some very nice ginseng tea.
That sounds absolutely excellent. Come on, winners. Legends all. So, what's dinner?
Platters.
Smart choices. Today is all about smart choices. Now, let's have a bit of a conversation about momentum. And we fade off of that conversation as you guys walk away toward a pleasant dinner with your teacher, leaving behind all of the attention, with time ahead of you to reflect on your victory. And on the words that you've said to the public now, that the ringing in your ears has stopped, and your heart rate finally gets to slow down a little bit. We'll revisit that later, next time. But one thing is clear. Your path now absolutely will intersect with that of Team Pantheon. Perhaps in your minds for better or for worse. And we'll pick back up there next time. Oh, you guys! Good playing all. That was some good strategizing.
Shout out to the main man, Kyle. killing it every episode.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Shout out to you, killing it every episode. And of course, our DM. When we were fighting that electric guy, I was like, okay, so it's like static shock. If he's just a lightning bolt, what are we gonna do? Grab a lightning bolt? Like what? Like we're fucked.
Yeah, I really
that's
wanted to
cool-
give you
cool deal.
guys the most creative challenges that I could, given your skill
Mhm.
set, you know. So I figured somebody you had to sort of wrestle into place to use your strength would make sense. And you guys just like strategize circles around those guys. It was amazing. So that was everything I wanted it to be. I'm super stoked.
Sweet. So this means that directly after this, like round 2 is one-on-ones, or
So what happens from this point is now in a week, you guys will go head to head in a team tournament against Team Pantheon. Just you guys against them.
okay.
After that, the following weekend will be one day of their one-on-ones and one day of your one-on-ones. And then the following weekend after that, the winners of the one-on-ones will go against each other.
And
Okay.
audience, stay tuned for all of that because we'll be pumping these babies out.
Indeed. So join us next time when we return to Team Pantheon and get a little taste of what's going on at the festival and see some familiar faces and check in on what they're doing. I'm really looking forward to that. And then it is on to Team Pantheon versus Team Steel Soldier.
We're gonna
I
win.
can't wait. I suppose we'll see, and you will see, because you're going to be there watching it. Anyway, keep it super. Goodbye. Bye.